Cool. So yesterday we were working on a few things. Um, we were working on a bit on this site, kind of revamping like the looks of it. It looks very AI at the moment, I would say, but it's definitely a big improvement from what it was. And we kind of improved the flow a bit. I'm going to spend a bit of time. So my problem is like I spend way too much time just working on stuff that's fun. So I'm going to kind of really focus on like, hey, if I want to do this, like work on it, if it's fun, I'm going to do like a little bit of a sprint. So I changed the title of the stream to be a little bit more focused on achieving the freedom. And then, after I do, then I could work on like the fun stuff, like the games that we're working on, especially, if other people start working on it too. So I think the first part of this stream, I'm going to like just focus on what are the ideas that we built so far that actually could. I mean, we have one that's making something. So the inflation calculator, which is the the simplest of all of them. So we'll say, okay. So we're going to separate this into monetizable versus like, not really. Maybe one day. Like you got this Tidefall game. Even AFK.ai, this 3D model animation. I mean, if you think about it, right? Mixamo, I think, is like free. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. So, competing with Adobe on a free product. It's ambitious. But there's another project that I was thinking about yesterday after stream that I worked on a while back, and I think we could improve it. At the time, there was like a few people paying, but I think more interesting about it is like there was actually quite a few people working on, like using it. So I think there was a bit of demand there. So I'm going to start looking at that again. And I think I have some ideas for how to improve it. I think as far as, hold on a second, my computer's lagging a little bit for some reason. Not really clear why. One moment. I'll just close some stuff, I guess. Bro, I gotta get a new computer. This shit's stupid. Like I said, I got my laptop stolen, so I kind of got a cheapo. Alright, it just stopped lagging. Alright, anyways. So redoc, and then there's this Jalen AI thing, which I think, number one, I might rename. Number two, I think I'm going to focus on sites that are easy to script first, because I was looking at like scripting Workday, and that seems like it's going to be very hard. But there are some sites out there that are just sort of, I remember I found it a while back, that would be much easier to script and automate. And we'll make it like pretty cheap, because like if you look at a lot of other sites, the auto apply is usually really expensive. But like it shouldn't be, right? I don't really see a reason why it needs to be expensive. So you can maybe try to undercut a little bit on price, and then there's the marketing aspect, right? Maybe try to get creative. I think Reddit is a good place to go for cheap marketing. AstroTurf a little bit, maybe. Kidding, but something like this. And then we have the... isn't there another one? Oh, right. The one that the one that I am most excited to work on is this one. I'm going to start it's going to be marketing to people on Twitter. and these people are high in value, in theory. So there is definitely some like demand for that. So I think, and data and AI insights, I think if I'm building that for myself, so that could be, once it's useful for me, I could see you start to charge based on the AI analysis stuff. And then you start a little bit of a SEO kind of thing where you're posting content about certain stocks based on what you came up. Because if you're generating it for everybody anyway, you might as well like post content. So I think I'm also gonna posting content that way you don't waste generations, right? Like you're already doing these generations with Gemini 3, so store it and then repurpose it for just like a blog or something. And it's kind of like what all those other sites, like when you look online. Granted, you have to try not to get flagged, right, by Google, I guess. Not on their portfolio, but on the stocks, like the ideas, etc. Stocks based on trends. Let's see, 1 second here. I'm gonna make sure I don't have many Chrome tabs open. That's why I kept freezing that. Okay, cool. With that said, though, if we can come up with some way, I mean, this is what I want to work on right now, right? So we can come up with some way to, it does have a little bit of traffic, this AFK.ai. Also, I'm going to check one thing. I built a little script to auto post my stream on the Discord, so I just want to see if it worked. But yeah, so we get a little bit of traffic here. Nothing too crazy. See if it posted. Oh, not yet, but I think it reloads every 5 minutes, so we'll see. Okay, and oh right, and then there's also this, I actually did see something online that does something similar to this that does charge. And I was thinking there could be, if I completely restyle the page, especially if people can generate their own music, and you're getting to the point where maybe you could charge. Because the idea is also for marketing, right? Like you could make some cool little synced music videos to cool shaders and somehow use that to market something maybe. Because I have seen some very creative advertisements on Reels. Granted, with building things like this, you're competing with AI video, right? So that seems kind of like a losing battle. So not really sure. I mean, that, yeah, if you're building, granted, I'm building the shaders with AI, so there's something there. And I think today I'm also, so what are we doing today? Right, that's the to-do. Let's highlight that. Or hockey. Whatever. So I want to restart Redoc AI. I'm not going to get everything set up. Just start deploy it again. I probably won't set up Stripe quite yet. Again with the Redoc. I'm going to work on. I'll probably deploy for some data feed. Oh right, we can check the. I'm gonna do that first actually because that's the most fun. Check if the tweets work now. For some data feed. And also deploy it. Also need to figure out, like, kind of do some business plan stuff in a way, right? Like, figure out what exactly will be charged on the Prism data feed. We need to do a little bit of, like, looking at other newsletter kind of sites. How are they charging? I'd write that twice. Pages is weird. There we go. Yeah. Okay, and then Jalen AI. Obviously, I don't really know how far we're going to get in this, but scripts, Jalen AI, don't use an API. Auto apply to use a very simple site. Also set up Stripe again. And figure out, I guess do a little market research to figure out what other job assistance sites added as features. Like, originally there were a few paying people with this Jalen AI thing. And what I did is, or, you know, the reason why they did is because they saw it on Reddit. They thought, hey, that's cool. But that was before the auto apply. So I think like we could really come up with maybe some angle there. Also, another thing. So what do we think? Like, one thing I think is there's maybe a gap in. So we know AI tends to not be good not be the best at native mobile development, but is potentially quite good at Expo, maybe like React Native. I haven't tried. So what you could do is, I think I saw someone else in the chat say this, which is to look at keywords, and I believe he told me the name. I have a screenshot of. There's some sites you look at the keywords to try to understand what keywords are doing well currently. I probably would focus on iOS. That makes sense. But yeah, you could just turn out a bunch of these. I mean, if we just take it as an example, I mean, the only one, like this one is making a little bit of money, right? So this is a really simple app. So in theory, you just like pump out a bunch of these in Expo, React Native. I don't know. It'd be an interesting idea based on the keywords. And let me pull up the. a screenshot that I took with that. I'm trying to find it here. Oh, it's on the desktop. I was listening to this song, like these songs well. Did you? But I did get tired of No Chains after a while, so I have to make sure to cycle the lyrics. I haven't found it quite yet. I took a screenshots. I think I found it. Yeah. Okay, so this is what Ray is Baba, which I think I've learned means father is leader in Turkish. So we have Astro app figures. So I'll check those out. One of them is, I think, for speed. One of them is for the keywords. I don't remember which one. On mobile apps. I might remake. Well, it's in the same line. Potentially remake, since it's a simple app. And this, so I can add the time scale feature easily. Cool. All right. So I'm gonna work on the tweets thing first, because I think it should work now. Because I think my Twitter account's no longer deemed inactive. I don't know if the new one that I created. But I do need to generate an auth token. Another one. Twitter AP. It's the alien one. I don't hate this song, like once it gets into it. Maybe I do, actually. I don't like it. I'm getting my, if you're wondering what I'm doing, get my API key and get login first. I'm gonna regen these. Okay, I'm gonna bring this over here. All right, this is a little too crazy. I'm gonna change it. It's a song. I'll say about that. Okay, I changed it. Let me see if it works now. Okay, now I'm going to start up. This is a new day. Gotta start up the front end. So I'm gonna wait till it finishes there because it's I don't have I guess I have my personal Instagram, but I didn't actually. No, I did. I actually did create it. It's called Dioberon. I think I was gonna post reels, but then I made one reel. I was like, I'm never gonna make one again. It was like a lot of work. Like I made it, and I was like, this is like so much work for like 100 views on a 10-second video. So. Like this is not. This usually takes a little bit. I'll put this over here. I guess while we wait, we can think about this a little bit. So let's look about other sites like this. I'm gonna ask Gemini for that. So right now I'm working on a site. It's like a financial newsletter. It gives you like a market summary, it gives you data, and I want to know like what's give me like a competitor analysis. Like what do people charge for, and what are the competitors for this kind of thing? And also, how would you find this demographic? Like right now, I'm thinking financial Twitter, but who do you think the primary customer and demographic would be? Okay, so we generated it. This is what it looks like. So let's see. I actually didn't read it today, so I'm quiet. See, I like this one. I think we should do more like valuation stuff. There always should be like one valuation question. Granted, I think something like this should have a longer time frame, but in 6 months. I'm gonna make a few because like I already listened to those lyrics for some hours. I never was one to really care too much about the lyrics, but you hear it over and over again. So now what I'm gonna do is do this thing. I'll grade a few of them. I think for this one, like if this is there's like you don't have a portfolio entered, it should be blanked out or something. Because people will be like, what? Send the email. My mom is Okay, it sent 3 emails. I don't know if I want to send 3. All right, I'm gonna try tweeting now too. So I'll check on my Twitter. Okay, it looks like it hasn't finished running. It always takes a bit. I'm gonna probably ask why. Because I think it should be quick. It's all stored, so. Factory AI? I haven't tried that yet. Let me look it up. To droids. Migrations to droids. I like how they're trying to... Oh, I think I know why my computer just started lagging. It's this site. Yeah, that's what it is. It's that make music video one. It's kind of cool. I don't really know what that would look like, but have you tried it? Is it cool? Okay, let's see what the error is here. Same sort of stuff. I'm gonna try one more thing. So I'm gonna try. All right, Twitter, I'll give you the $1 premium, and I will see if that will work. It's more just out of, at this point, I just want to know, why are they not allowing my new account? Maybe this is why. Factory AI light mode is so hard to watch. You know what? You're right. But the problem is settings. Oh, did they? Oh, nice. I think I either missed this before with anti-gravity, because I remember I tried to change it. But I'm kind of with you. Some days I change my mind. Yeah. I think default dark. I think factory AI is very expensive. Good. So what did you use it for? Like what makes it Okay, cool. I have the blue check mark. So maybe that's what we need. Let's try it out. I'm gonna run it one more time. Use it to code a project. It's very expensive. Stopped using it because of the pricing. Is it kind of like one of these autonomous agent things, like Devin or something? Sounds like it's kind of like you send a lot of agents to do stuff for you, right? Oh yeah, I was going to do that too. I'm going to download Windsurf 2 for the free credits. Nice. Guys, can you believe this? It works now. So the reason why it didn't work is because I didn't pay the money to make this verified. But nowhere do they put in their API docs that that's a requirement, that you have to do that. At least not that I saw. Did they? Let's check. And I like how they give you no error too. Like, they just say unauthorized. They don't say, hey, this needs to be a premium account. And you guys are setting it up here. Yeah, Devin is dead now. Like 90, yeah. I watched some videos. Didn't look too great, but I mean, it is the future. But I guess I'm wondering, why did they not succeed? I guess I don't know. I guess they're not really a vertically stacked company, right? They're just sort of using other people's models. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Anonymous, you don't need to open a new chat. Oh, okay, you probably give it like a long-running task. The one thing about that, though, is like sometimes you want to course correct, right? Like, even if you say, like, I want to build this huge thing, it's like you probably will realize along the way, like, hey, I actually, you know, there's a bunch of forks in the road as you're building stuff, right? So that's one thing I think almost the chat kind of thing is a little better than just setting, because it's better than if they build the whole thing and then you're like, oh, wait, actually, I need to rebuild this whole thing because it's not quite what I was thinking. I work for a company that pay around $2K a month for a security guard. Interesting. Devin would survive. It's too expensive. Yeah. See, look at this. You don't need a personal X premium check to use the API. And I had to in order for this tweet to send. I didn't change the code at all. So, like, literally, I'm a little salty about that, to be honest. Oh, sorry. All right, so now what I'm going to do is attach the images and everything. And we're going to tweet every day. We're going to tweet some of the insights that we're creating. And we're also... Actually, I'm not going to change anything with the profile because I know as soon as I do that, it's going to take a day or two to verify again. So we're going to avoid messing with that. Although it doesn't really make a lot of sense right now. But anyways. Maybe it's... I mean, granted, like one of the biggest news sites on Twitter is Zero Hedge, and this is his photo, so maybe this is acceptable. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the... All right, so the tweets are sending now for the data feed. So now add back the images to those insights and send 3 tweets with a cooldown of 1 minute, cooldown of 30 seconds between each. And I'm just gonna attach the files, so. Yeah, I think you can figure it out. And I'm gonna use Gemini. So one other thing we can do, like right now it's gonna tweet, I'll show you. It'll tweet maybe, okay, the thing is the headlines, I know there's tons of bots already doing that. I probably won't join. definitely this stuff. Maybe we could do, we could focus our energy, because something I noticed is like there are a lot of bots on all of the high followed things, but if you tweet like let's say you tweet about some small company, there'll generally be very few bots. I see 4K views. And this tweet doesn't have anything interesting. So like you tweet some insight basically based on the news, maybe a little bit of, and we've already kind of validated that we get some decent insights, and we could just do that on not really followed things. Let's look at the latest. See, there's very few bots, right? Because they focus their energy elsewhere. Hey, Decano. Welcome back. Chad this time again, so all the vibe code stuff. Yeah, it's all about vibe coding. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, right. Definitely having CS knowledge helps. Like, not like heavy theory or anything, but just high level. I guess if you're building something really complex, like it helps probably all the way through. What are you working on right now? I'm working on, I made this tool. It can like analyze your portfolio and it generates some insights on the stock market. And I'm kind of thinking about marketing a little bit. So I'm creating this Twitter account that's going to tweet in areas. Like I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So there's this profile. What's his name? This guy is one of them. But yeah, this guy's one of them for sure. But there's another guy who literally just posts stats. Like stats like this. With some charts. Similar to this. It's like tens of thousands, I think. But anyways, I'll find him later. He's on my other Twitter. He's on my main Twitter. How does it analyze? Oh yeah, so this is kind of cool. Like it's not just coming out with the numbers. Like you probably would think, okay, it's just like hallucinating some numbers. But what I'm doing is it's building the script, right? So the AI is building the scripts and it iterates on the script. So it starts off with one script or a question. So it comes up with a series of questions first. And the next thing it does comes up with the scripts to try to validate those questions. And then if there's no results, I feed in a bunch of stock market data. And then it runs the script. If there's no occurrences found, we don't even post that question here. It's not useful. If it starts to find with a question that's like out of the questions, it finds a lot of occurrences based on historical stock market data and based on today, what happened today, then that's when it starts to build the chart. And then it's like, okay, that's an indicator. Maybe we have kind of an interesting question, right? Like, what are we doing in these questions? It's like, we're just correlating multiple different things. But the reason why I'm adding this component, why this question, is that way the human can validate, does this question actually matter? Like, is it just like a stupid correlation that doesn't, you can correlate anything. Like, a bird flies across, your house, right? And you correlate that with the star. It's like, that's not useful correlation. But so you ask, why are we asking this question? The human can read it. Like, okay, that kind of makes sense, right? Like, we're doing some valuation stuff. Granted, with this question, we should look farther ahead, not just like 6 months. So there's definitely room for improvement here, and then it gives you interpretation. And then, so now what I'm thinking is, I'm going to tweet that because there were Twitter accounts that are doing that. And we finally got it working. So it's tweeting, but I had to pay. do that, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, I know the bridge mine. That guy's pretty cool. I like his thing. I want to use it. The view creator, I would definitely pay for it. But the only thing is, it's a little too expensive for me because like I had to use to do it for 2 hours. I think it would have been $50 for one of my streams to create the clips. So if he lowers the price a lot, I would consider, but definitely super cool tool. Because like I personally know I created a bunch of shorts and it was like a shit ton of work for like, like there's no way I'm doing that. Like I'm not gonna spend 2 hours making like 3 30-second clips, you know what I mean? So anyways, I think he's onto something in terms of that. I'd probably use it. They're eating up my money. It's true. They do. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think it probably finished the... Oh, we didn't click proceed. We already implemented this, so it should just uncomment it. We took it out because we were confused if that was causing the problem with the tweets. Are going down the same path. Am I going down the same path? I guess it's kind of like 50-50, sort of. I think at the end of the day, like, I'll be doing this anyway. But it would be nice to make money, so. I am kind of experimenting with the titles, though, the YouTube thing. I am actually going to be streaming every day, though, so. Like, because my channel's pretty small, I just kind of experiment a little bit with the titles to try to understand what works. I think my primary motivation is, like, if I could get, like, a group of people working on a project with me. Because, like, how do you iterate quickly and build stuff? It's helpful to have people. So, like, if I want to work on this game, I need people. I don't have enough time to build the whole thing, even with AI, right? I don't have the money. It'd probably take a shit ton of money to build a freaking... It's already 100,000 lines. Like, I mean, the money aspect, it's like if it's certain you get a return off a game, but you know, who knows? So, anyways. Okay, so it uncommented that stuff, so we're gonna send another tweet. I think I have 500 tweets I can do. The free version. I'm building the live streaming thing. I definitely am going to be live streaming. Then my Vietnamese. That must. I'm building this stock market tool, and I'm marketing on Twitter. It's not deployed yet though, so I need to on the domain. So I'll just maybe do that real quick. I'll just set it up on Vercel. So I'll just deploy here. And I need to set up the environment variables and stuff, so I'll just do it off screen real quick. I wish there was maybe some like plugin or something. You could do that for me. I feel like I spend a lot of time just plugging in environment variables. Getting API keys. That's like the last bastion of human need. That makes sense. completed that. So it's deploying now. You guys can check it out if you want. But there's no accounts yet. It's just you can just log in with anything. Actually, there is an account. There are accounts, but it's just like. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, actually, will not make it public quite yet. Make it make sense. Like it should connect to Firebase and everything. But I'll deploy it at the week. Okay, so I think I sent the tweets, so let's check it out. Oh, nice. Look at that. Okay, there's a few things off the bat that it should do. See, this is pretty good. Like, okay, but there's a few things. Number one, this should, every time we have something like this, we should use the ticker because that's how you get a little bit of traffic. So you just do this instead. And then also, we'll probably try to constrain the tweet to the... Because, like, what are the interesting parts about this, right? It should be, like, a little bit of a hook. Maybe put this somewhere at the top so you can see it. Actually, let me just look at the other guy's tweets, the guy who has a lot of followers. 1 second. Let me look at this, some questions. Horizon will be the... What is a Jim Horizon? Hello, how's it going? How much does the Twitter... The Twitter bot is free. It's 500 writes. I think Twitter API is unusable if you need to read a lot of stuff, but if you're just writing it... But I have learned the catch is you have to pay for the verified... You can't... It doesn't work unless you pay. So it's... I got it for $1 for some reason. There's some sort of deal right now. Usually $8, I think. So I'm gonna pull up my other Twitter so that way I can compare what I want to make this. Because, you know, just choose what works, so. Not exactly, but. All right, so I gotta use my phone real quick. You pay for the badge only. Yeah, just the badge. Thanks, Babao. I have to blank my camera real quick because I'm gonna verify my account. That looks a little ridiculous with the white. All right, so. Probably should zoom out the camera a little bit. That's a little bit ridiculous. My face is just like... All right. Anyways, so looking for the guy's name. Oh, this is one of them. This guy here. This is more just kind of like. But you could have AI do this for sure. Like we've seen some of this stuff. But I'm looking for one particular guy. And I'm probably going to retweet. I hate it when your brain, like, you know when you see it, but you can't recall the actual letters. I mean, one thing about all of these is like, maybe we should put a guy in the suit on the camel. Something. They're just. Mirror effect is. Oh, cool. Glad you like it. That's one. Let me read the day one of vibe coding brain rot game. Wait, can you actually make money with the Roblox? I guess you can, right? Put in like a store, those real Roblox worlds. Yeah, you could vibe code like Minecraft plugins too. It'd be fun. Actually, have a lot of ideas for. Probably won't make any money though. Oh, yep, but data. This is I don't know if they actually tweet it. They do. So this is what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And these guys charge a lot of money, and I couldn't even pay them if I wanted to. They won't take my money. Only you have to be cool enough to be part of the, you know, gotta own your own fund or something. But yeah, this is what they do, right? And they get not a lot of traffic. I guess these guys don't. Haven't you seen the top Roblox game? The owner of it made millions. Jesus. Millions? What the heck? It's more than that. I remember back in the day, like top Minecraft servers was like Hunger Games, and they made 300,000 a year though, not a month. So I guess Roblox is like a whole nother ball game. Granted, that was a long time ago. This guy at the bottom, cannot find him, but he's definitely here. I know exactly what his profile photo looks like. Oh, there we go. Okay, so... But I haven't found the main guy. Hold on. Still gonna find him. Roblox game dev can be done right if you bring lots of money for real. But you have the problem of that you will be known as the Roblox game dev. That you're taking money from children. 'Cause that's who plays it, right? Platform is looking good. DF allegations, what's that? This guy's actually could be a good example as well. So we got 280,000 followers, right? And he just sort of explains really basic things. Like, he could be a bot. I'm just saying. Already. Found him. Found this guy. Yeah. All right. See, that's what I'm talking about here, right? What is he doing? Basic correlation stuff. And he builds a little chart. And now if you look at ours, we're going to do something like really similar. And so let's kind of like learn from a little bit what he's doing. So he starts with like a question, right? Kind of like the hook. That was a little variance, but I think what I'm going to do is just feed in just a few of these to give it an example of the kind of tweet that we want to make. I'll make sure I don't... Sorry. So I'm going to give you an example of how the general tweet structure that we want. It's not going to be the same structure as... We're going to change it a bit. The home page, I meant to say. But honestly, his tweet could be improved a little bit. You just use the pickers, you get a little more. So we're going to take our insights and transform it into this sort of format. And I'm going to give you a list of people that you can tag if they are relevant. So the idea behind tagging, I'm probably not going to tag very often, but maybe the ones that they do tag, I'll ask it to send a approval. I'll think about that. I'll probably hold off on this for now because I'm not. I think, yeah, I could maybe put it in a text file though. The tweets that I could tag people. Because Twitter's all about you get a few retweets or something. Hey, Silence, Spectre. Vibe code an app that helps us remember names. Agree. Like Musk with. Right, that is true. What on earth is going on here? Right, out of context, it's probably like, what the hell are we talking about? I'm building, I'm trying to market I'm going to market this app or this website. It's like a newsletter. And I'm trying to use Twitter to do it. So this is the account, but I want to turn this kind of tweet into a tweet that I see very frequently on Twitter, which is like this kind of thing. And it gets usually a decent amount of traffic. So, and then it's going to have like, they go to the profile and they see, okay, I can go with this website and see more data if I'm interested. And this is all programmatic, so we can make a bunch of different types of charts. Right now we have a really basic one. We can make this for sure. We should have a bunch of different types of charts. Oh yeah, we can make this too. So one thing that's we can improve, let me note this down, is right now, what do we do? Right now we just base it off the day. What stats we create. But a lot of times that might not be the most interesting thing we could do. So for example, we base it off the month. This is what he's doing here. At the end of the month, or at the beginning of the next month. So there's two types of events. Beginning of months, end of months, beginning of years, end of years, beginning new decade, etc. But you could also even split it in half if you want to. So just do like second half of November's. First half of months. And I think that's second half of years. And that's probably the events that you could tweet as well. So, are you affiliate? No, I'm making it. I'm not an affiliate. This is what I'm making. So it's better than that. Yes, or worse. Means I'm not getting paid, right? Not yet. It's not even live yet, so I mean. Roblox is a top game. Grow garden. Oh, grow a garden. This is the name. Made 12 million. Holy. How do they even, is it cosmetic or some sort of buy to win thing? Wow. Interesting. Well, maybe there's something there. I mean, I've never tried Roblox. I feel like that's gonna be hard to explain to people what I'm doing. I'm building Roblox games. I mean, I have a lot of ideas for games, so maybe instead of building them separately, you can build them in like a community like that. Maybe. Okay, so let's start with one thing at a time. Let's first create a bunch of different types of charts. Right now we just have one. And we're also going to use that in the homepage too. Also create this thing. If you want players quickly and don't want to set up server stuff. Wait, you don't even need a server to set up Roblox stuff? Why? Oh, I guess they just host everything. Yeah, that is actually really nice. There's like no costs then, right? What the hell? That's great. I remember server stuff. Like, I was paying, and that was 13 years ago. I was paying $240 a month for my server to host the game. So you know you have to, and I was working off donations. So like, the economics of that, it worked, but it's like, can't just start it, right? Roblox handles everything, database, multiplayer. That's cool. Yeah, so I'm working on this. It's like a stock analysis tool. It gives you, it's like a newsletter. That's a better way to say it. It's like a newsletter for the day, and you can customize the newsletter, and it can also analyze your portfolio. Those are the three things. But I'm working on the marketing right now. So I'm trying to create a Twitter account that's tweeting out interesting data. Okay. Let's see what else. Different charts. Oh yeah, change the hook. Change the structure of the tweets to be 3 lines or 3 sentences. I'll just put in the examples. What? Annoying. Great affiliate marketing. It's the cheapest and best option. Oh, you mean, oh, that's maybe what the guy was asking before. Paying people to advertise your thing. That makes a lot of sense. I'll look into that. I've never done that before. So that's like where you pay influencers and stuff, right? You like reach out to them. I think once I have a Twitter account that's tweeting interesting things, it helps a little bit too, because then I can be like, hey, look at our stuff real quick. Are you interested in maybe retweeting our things? Like if this guy retweets our data too. And we can maybe frame it like it's like a free... Well, I probably wouldn't say that exactly, but there are some like really expensive ones like this. These guys do something a little different, but you know, they're really scraping and finding interesting data. Influencer marketing, you pay prior. Affiliate, you get a sale. Ah, gotcha. That makes sense. So then they're like, there's more incentive for them to push your stuff, right? But they also have to really believe in your product, I guess, for them to want to do that. Because otherwise, like if they believe your product sucks, they're like, well, probably won't be able to sell it. I think those are the three things, though. It's like, I think that's it. So let's go ahead and plug that in. I'm going to start with change the structure of the tweets. Once we get to that, then we'll start adding different types. Oh yeah, and the tagging. Fine. Sizes. So restructure our tweets to follow this format. Don't change what's on the homepage, but basically just plug it into Gemini. Restructure it to be... Is there any way we can avoid using Gemini? Yeah, I guess when we actually generate it, we create two versions. We create the questions we put on the homepage, and that way we're not feeding into Gemini over and over again, because that's kind of a waste of generations. So when you generate your daily analysis, make sure to generate both the analysis that you put on the homepage, but also create in that we'll call it the tweet analysis, and it should be one for each question. And that should be the format that I listed above, which is like 3 sentences with the chart. And the first sentence should always be a hook, and try to keep it under the Twitter character limit. So that way it doesn't get cut off. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, no problem. Put it on, yeah, blog. I mean, that's another thing. Definitely. I'm a big fan of not spending unnecessary money. You know, just try to do some guerrilla marketing a little bit, like post good content. So maybe we create a little marketing thing. Start with Twitter. Then move on to, like you said, memes, blogs, viral content. And I did in another tab talk about, I asked Gemini, as I was trying to figure out what else is out there. I've tried a few before, but I want to know. So as far as financial newsletters, didn't I ask this up here? There it is. They got Morning Brew. Yeah, I've seen these. Yeah, I've seen these. These are not really what we're doing. Yep. But ours is different, right? Because ours is customized to your stuff. Is that real? Oh, I see. It's not legal, it's saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I could see this, like 10 to 30 a month. Maybe pro if we can get some really good stuff going. Right. You know, and this is a huge secular trend, you could call it, because population's getting older. There's going to be a lot more inheritance. So there's kind of this huge wave of like people who are going to need to know how to manage money, I guess. You could say this is like, you know, it's a tailwind. Oh, that's good. I actually like that. Hacker News people. Yes, and we just say it's like highly customized. But more like, you know, automated. You could do something like this too. You have to pay. So Gemini is very good at taking my prior chats and knowing all my stuff. I don't know how I feel about that. In fairness, the future, it seems, really is being televised. I agree. See, we read a little bit. Create a funnel. You post, send the person towards the dark social. Dark social means a private group. Well, in some ways, yeah. I mean, this other site, right? It's kind of like exclusive, right? You got to join a waitlist. There might be something to that. Stop that. Having funnels is what makes marketing sell. And they give them knowledge. Right. I think as long as you like give them something free, right? Like you give them something they feel is useful and valuable to them, they're more likely to keep going through your funnel as you call it. Twitter post, email marketing, Telegram. I mean, why not, right? You can. The thing about Twitter is you're totally reliant on platform. But I could see it as an alternative, right? You either choose email or Telegram, like whichever. Doesn't have to be serious. You just choose whatever platform you want to receive your news at, even text maybe. Okay, cool. And then I was going to put a note here. Let me have this. I think I have to learn a little bit more about like when this works, right? Like psychologically, because I remember like Clubhouse and stuff that really worked. Like people would send each other invites. Worked for at least a little while. You know, I don't know what are the conditions to which that makes sense. Like, surely that wouldn't work on everything. Maybe a social network is where that works. So this potential idea of exclusivity in marketing, potentially joining a waitlist, like Clubhouse, etc. What kind of application does that actually work with? Is it mostly social networks? Does it apply to anything? How do you even make it work? And surely it wouldn't work with any kind of app. I mean, people love good deals, right? So if you give them a good deal, you have like a huge sale, that kind of thing. I get that, but I don't really understand the waitlist thing. So let's see if our thing finished. The one thing about Gravity, it's always doing this plan. Sometimes I don't want. Oh no, I actually don't like what it's doing here. Can you make sure not to send another prompt to Gemini? It should be part of the same original prompts. Hi, Lopez. I remember that guy. Yeah. My books. Lamborghini. Hook, insight, conclusion. That kind of makes sense. So anytime we say like things like crypto, we should put in the tickers. So I'm gonna ask that next. And that should be part of the prompt too. So I'm just gonna send that. So make sure to add that as part of the prompt because we will need that for the tweet. I might redeploy this thing so you guys can look at it if you want. I think it might not work these days. I'll just kind of show you what I'm thinking about it, about how I'm going to change it. I was like thinking about it last night. And another thing well, I'll show that after. what I'm doing here. Okay, cool. So might already. So I'm gonna completely redesign this. Looks very scammy. Oh, I have to fix this here. So this is what it would look like once you come in. I'll show you what it looks like. Assuming it's still running. All right, let me see if I can sign in even. Okay, yeah, I gotta reset some stuff. I mean, I gotta make some new credentials. But I'll maybe do that. Although I could start with just redesigning this. Oh yeah, I'll clone this project here. Oh, I guess you can see it here, right? So you can like basically highlight and... But I was thinking it might be nice to have a lot more options for that. I noticed people used it for like essays and stuff. And you can make it more concise and lengthen. Well, I mean, number one, it can maybe be a desktop app too, I was thinking. Not really sure exactly what I'd start with. Nice. I'm gonna go back to the Twitter thing. Cool. Okay, let's try it out. So I need to regenerate the analysis here, I'm sure. YouTube is like 20 seconds. Oh, I see some more questions. Here too. I always choose open source instead of selling. Yeah, dude, that's my problem too. Like, I just like want to work on things and have fun. So like, it's very easy to just work on things that people don't really want, or at least they won't want until you finish, which could take years. See, as a hobby, yeah, for sure. I definitely like do it as a hobby, like 20 seconds behind or something. Interesting. Well, Gremlin, if you know how to fix that, I don't really know, to be honest. If it's my fault or YouTube's. I mean, also, I think once this generates, I'm probably not going to keep running this over and over again because it's kind of credits. All right, let me look at this thing again. I'm kind of I turned it off because I couldn't figure out where to go with it. If anyone has any ideas, the reason why I'm like kind of about it is like when I type, if I'm doing an essay, granted I haven't done an essay in a long freaking time, but I usually just like type into like ChatGPT or Gemini. ChatGPT back in the day, but now it's like back in the day, 3 years ago. the main advantage of this is you can highlight things, right, directly on it and say, hey, I just want to, the workflow would be, okay, you grab it, you go into another tab, you paste it, bring back the results. So it basically saves you a bit of time, right? Maybe you could say too, it helps improve the workflow because you can easily switch between the models. But I think for me to consider working on this, I need to look what recently has been made. Like, I'm sure there's some essay AI writers that look probably similar to this these days. This was a while ago. Switch to my other one. Can you look up essay AI writers? What exists currently? What are the most popular options? And what do they offer? What are their prices as well? Oh. You fix it by screaming at YouTube. Failure rate of moaning. I don't think I have the authority as a 300 subscriber channel to be like, YouTube, get your shit together. Like, this is, I have to really up my standing. Project is this. This is this was a year and a half ago. I built. It's like an essay writer. Nothing too crazy, but people were using it back then. Not like a lot. I'll take a look at a few of these just real quick. I imagine it's similar kind of stuff. I mean, let's try it. I'll sign in. Stonks. You know, is this a real source? Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was thinking, so it's already sort of what would mine be different? If anyone has any ideas, otherwise I don't think I'm gonna pursue that one. Like, what else could you do? I guess it depends on their pricing, right? Pretty cheap. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably not going to work on that until I figure out what exactly... Like, with this one, I know why I'm doing it. I know, like, how it could be helpful. Okay, so let's check it out, see if it's... So finish the analysis, let me do the tweet. Field, I think you need a team of folks that know new literature. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Like, I think what I would be working on it for a while if I did that was mostly just making a parody with that one. And then it's like, okay, well, where do you go? It's also cheap. So they're selling it for cheap. It's like, okay, I don't know. Probably not much there. So let me see what it tweeted. Do you work though? I did. I worked at Salesforce. I quit. But employment is good. I have nothing against employment. So let's see what our error is. Well, it says it tweeted successfully, so let's see. Unfortunately, it is spamming the same tweet, which I do not like that. So this is 1 minute ago. This is what it just tweeted. Okay. Were all these 1 minute ago? Okay, these are different at least. So I'm going to give it... Okay, so it put the ticker at the bottom, right? I think it misunderstood. Like, we want the ticker to replace that. Secondly, it's a little too wordy. Like, it should be simple. I'm building a financial newsletter, and I'm working on the marketing of it. So I'm trying to build like a good set of tweets that mimic some other popular tweets from people like this. So this is the tweet that we got. There's a few changes. Number one, for now, only tweet once because we're just testing. So remove the code that's like tweeting multiple times. Number two, I want you to add a separate section on the homepage that's specifically, it's going to be a debug section, and it's just to regen the tweets, because we're going to use that. We don't want to regen the whole market analysis for the day. So just create that section on the homepage on the front end. And the third thing is put the tickers in the sentences and make the sentences way less verbose. So it should be straight to the point, keep it under the character limit, concise. I'm going to attach front end. Yeah, so I'm working on a financial newsletter right now, but I have different projects. I put some of them in the description. The financial newsletter one is not live at the moment because I haven't done the auth yet. It's just like just in dev mode. But I'm working on the marketing like plan, I guess you could call it. Like I'm starting to tweet. I'm mimicking this guy's tweets, so I'm going to create a bunch of different types of charts. Not exactly the same, but I want to have similar types of data, and that will be kind of used to show like, hey, what you'll be able to see with the newsletter. And it's very customizable. So it looks like this. This is like an analysis, but you can customize it. And like you can do portfolio, like give you your portfolio, how you performed on the day, give you the news, stuff like that. And then the AI insights on your portfolio, the idea as well. So we got our implementation plan. It's always nice. Let's just make sure. So I do wanted to change it on the front end. So hopefully it creates something like right here. So I don't have to refresh everything because that always takes like at least a few minutes. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and remove this for now. Like maybe one day I figure out what exactly. So I guess I'll just put in this. Exactly would be different about that one. I do need to watch something though. There's a Namecheap auction. Okay, good. 14 hours. So the thing with auto apply sites, these job assistant things, is they're very expensive. Let me see if it finished. Okay, let's see if it generated the new thing. So I think we got an error. I don't see the old analysis. Unexpected indent. Let me see how big this file is getting, because if it's getting enormous, that's maybe messing with our context. Yeah, it could be. We can maybe separate this out or something. There's a lot of these. That would have been nice. Yeah, these are all cheap. Holy crap. I guess they are targeting students. But I mean, Chegg. Doesn't Chegg like... didn't give you full-fledged essays? Okay. You don't see the analysis. We still have our analysis here. I'm just storing it JSON. But you'd want to put this in a database. We appear to have broken the logic for loading the market analysis in the daily JSON. So try to understand that. If it helps, maybe make a new file, a new page, we'll call it, and it's just going to be analyzing the tweets. So that's going to be the place where we're refreshing the tweets, etc. So create a new page. Let's move some of the logic there. Something we've learned about, like, and I guess it even applies today. I was thinking maybe we would have evolved. But 6 months ago, yeah, it's always if you get like above 1,300 lines or so, eventually just kind of like not as good as on the generations. So, you know, just mostly with like as your project gets bigger, you got to do a little bit of stuff to make sure you're limiting what you're sending. I am quite dark. I think I'm going to turn on a light. I'm gonna go grab a coffee real quick. Back. There you go. All right. Actually, this is kind of nice because we're going to be considering this the admin panel. So in our admin panel, that's where we'd have our scheduling, the tweets, this and that. Just a little bit of, for me to manage the marketing stuff of this. Just looking at the site, did you build out the context engineering yet? Backend yet? I noticed building my own, use track the code base. You finding that? Yeah, exactly. Like that's the whole thing. As soon as your code base gets, well, specifically what you're sending to the AI, it degrades. So you have to, whenever you build new features, create new pages, try to keep the, I'll show you as an example, this site here. I kind of strategically make a lot of, I'm duplicating a lot of code, right, on purpose in order to keep the generations good. So each part of these animation pages are literally clones, just so it's not doing a bunch of special code, for each page in one area. So yeah, definitely I'm with you there. I was hoping Gemini 3 would, I was hoping like 6 months later I wouldn't have to do that anymore, but it appears I do. That's okay. It's not that hard. Just make sure to clarify, make separate pages, and don't allow your files to get quite this large. And if they do, you just refactor it. You can just tell it's a refactor, and it's usually okay as long as the file's not like enormous. So I think they put it in tweets. So let's regenerate the tweets, see if that works. Yes. Failed to generate, so let's go ahead and look at that. We're getting this error again, which we already got. So I think the reason why it failed is because of the sheer size of this file. Let's look at it real quick. So line 13, what's going on here? I will plug it in one more time. I don't immediately see it. Maybe a special character or something. I rerun it. Sometimes weird stuff. The ZX81. You're right. I haven't heard error layer encoding where we don't even see the code. It's a good run. Yeah. I think they'll probably just another high level abstraction, right? But yeah, I think it does make it more fun. Definitely. Definitely if you're just starting, it makes it a lot more fun and you learn. I mean, there's no better way to learn coding than doing this, I think. Because you'll be forced to learn it at some point. I mean, maybe at some point, like literally you don't need to know anything. Definitely when the project is smaller, you don't need to know anything. Like you can just make some cool prototypes. Like there's a lot of PMs at companies that are building their own little things. So it looks like it is sending a bunch of stuff to AI, which I don't really want it to be sending all of this. That's okay. Oh, cool. Not bad. Oh, this is a good one. So I think what I'm going to do, instead of having it tweet, because I have a feeling it just tweeted that. Let me make sure it did, but I'm going to make it so I send the tweets. I click send, so that way I don't spam. I don't use up my Twitter free for bad tweets. It should also include the chart though, so there's a few things here. So number one, include the chart as well. Also, you should be using for I'm going to make sure something. Is it asking different questions compared to what's on the homepage? Because I kind of want it to be the same. Okay, it is the same. That's good. Yeah, these are pretty good. They're almost better than what's on the homepage actually, because it's like more people understand a little quicker what's going on. And then we have the chart. Maybe we could have a call to action like under this tweet with the chart that has want to learn more, blah, blah, blah. And it links to the analysis of this particular question. And we'll have a bunch of charts. Okay, so now I'm going to ask it to create the send tweet button. So now I want you to modify. We're only going to send the tweet on this page. So add a bunch of buttons, send tweet, and it will only send that particular tweet. Also, ideally, like the way I want this to work is the tweets should be created at the same time we're doing the daily market analysis. And this new page that you've created is reading from that analysis. I don't want to, every time I regen, to be regenerating Hold on. I'm gonna reload real quick. Okay, so it does save it. Never mind. That's fine. As long as it's saving it, I don't really care. Because I just didn't want it to regen every single time I loaded the page. Like that story where Asimov. Oh yeah, I haven't seen that, but I know the general. Does he have like principles for how to interact with intelligence, something like this? Yeah. Have you watched the podcast with Karpathy? I don't know how to pronounce his name, but it was really interesting. Kind of thinks of it as like a ghost instead of actual intelligence, the LLMs. That makes sense. See, where's my music at? My music is hidden somewhere among the tabs. Oh, there it is. I think I'm gonna try something new with the music. Yesterday someone mentioned electro, and I think we got some good. Maybe lo-fi. Oh, I said loft. Hold on one second. He's vibe coding. To be honest, I don't really like the name vibe coding. It makes me feel, it feels like a name that's definitely gonna make people cringe in 20 years. I just imagine like an old grandpa saying he was vibe coding. But anyways, it's just you're coding with AI, and everyone uses this term, so. I think it's the word vibe. Like vibe feels like an old person's word. A future old person's. Nice. Okay, so we got our send tweet button. I think we might have to regen to get the chart. Oh, I guess it's still generating. Let's I'm not going to test it yet because I want the chart. I don't want to waste waste credits. It's actually testing chart. This is kind of nice. All right, so finished. Let's go ahead and... I don't think the chart will exist yet. Oh, it does. Nice. On one of them. Let me regenerate to check. And I think the next thing we're going to do is make the charts much better. I'm going to give it examples. I like this chart. And I guess we could put a little bit of our own label too. Really created a logo or anything. Creating code to trade. I was kind of thinking I'm going to do that at some point as an experiment. I'll show you what this does. Based on these questions, we get some sort of analysis on what potential future returns were in the past. So what we could do is just run a little experiment, right? Where we just have like a page where it just trades based on some sort of historical analysis like that, just as a for fun thing, nothing too serious. I mean, I guess if it was doing well somehow, that would be kind of cool, but whether it would do well like after taxes and everything is another story, right? It's like selling a lot, but who knows, maybe. I'm gonna reload. Up here's the generate charts. Some of them are blank for some reason. Oh, I see what happened. I think it created its own. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna explain what it should do now because I understand why. So I don't want you to regenerate the scripts and everything when I click regenerate tweets. I want you to use what's in the daily analysis JSON, right? Like we've generated the market analysis, we've already generated the charts. You should just use those. So load those in, figure out how to make it so, and I'm going to attach the specific files. I did not. Here we go. So we've already created the charts, right? So you should grab it from the daily analysis JSON. And if you haven't already, when you do that initial market analysis, you should save it somewhere, like the image. You know, save it in assets, so that way we can grab it later. Using the matplot library. So everything that we're grabbing for send tweets, the only thing we're doing, we're grabbing everything. We're not sending anything to Gemini except when we're restructuring it to be the tweets. We're changing the structure of the wording. All caps is Zone Beast. It's true. I kind of think of this as more like a co-pilot, not really like a recommendation site, mainly because I guess I just view it as like that the human should probably have the final say, because that's the only way you're going to have any edge, because like everyone's using AI, so I have a hard time believing that somehow me using AI, even if I give it good prompts and everything like that, would come out ahead, because AI by its definition is consensus, right? It's the consensus opinion on the stock market. So it's like, can you beat the stock market. You can't beat the other players by using a tool that is the consensus, unless you have a much better AI than the others. I don't know. It's probably unlikely, right? I don't know. But maybe it's true. Like if you prompt it, you give it the right data, you could be a little bit better, but you'd have to be enough better to justify the taxes that you would incur, like buying and selling frequently. So it's you have pretty tough competition. But I do think this is useful in the sense that you can kind of get a baseline like understanding of things, right? You wouldn't use it for like, I'm definitely going to buy or sell based on this, but it'd be like, okay, this is maybe where we are at, like valuation wise or historically, this is what happened given this and that. It's like, it's not, it's kind of interesting, right? That's why people like this on Twitter. Oh, you trade small caps, made big moves. Influencers. Oh yeah. You gotta be careful with that. Yeah. I mean, you do make a good point in the sense that like if we're playing this game in a different market, like let's say you go to betting markets or you go to I guess crypto, you know, maybe it's a different ball game because there's less players. I'm gonna proceed with this. Also, guys, if you notice anything kind of annoying, like with the stream, just let me know, because like I tend to watch it after and see the problems, but you could always just let me know too. I don't get offended. So there's like some weird text or something. It's kind of just like unnerving. I mean, I think one thing that's annoying for me is the same lyrics. I could figure that out. Like, that'd be cool if there's a button on Suno just to quickly change the lyrics. Maybe there is. Something random. I don't think I like Electro Dark much. All right, I'm gonna try this one. So I noticed it's every time it's verifying the chart exists. Actually, that didn't really work last time very well. Okay, so I see a chart. I'm kind of wondering if it's something to do with... Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. Oh, I see. It's something to do with rendering. So the chart exists, it's just like... not really rendering correctly. Okay, that's fine. But something is missing when it... Yeah, I think I'm with you on the... songs are cool, but I have noticed that like I get tired of every song pretty quickly. So something about it lacks, I think like you said, some sort of unique element to it. Because there's lots of songs on my Spotify I can listen to like 100 times, 1,000 times, and I still listen to it. But there's no song on Suno that I'll listen more than, 10 times, and then I'm like, I never want to hear that again. So even these cool ones, I'm like, I gotta cycle. I don't know what voice riverbed means. I guess we'll find out. Anyways, I'm gonna fix, so we know the chart generates, and I'm just gonna double check that. I could see the thinking. There it is. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So we have this location for the chart. Oh, maybe it's just whatever. All right, so I'm gonna ask it to try to understand the rendering thing. So these charts, sometimes they render, sometimes they don't. When I load the page, it's clear they exist, but there's some sort of rendering problem. Can you understand why? I think I want to check. We built this like Discord bot yesterday. I want to see if it... Okay, it didn't work for the going live. Let me check why. I'm gonna run it again. I deployed it, but maybe there was some problem deploying. So I'm gonna run it real quick to understand how it works locally. And we put it in the API. So we called it Discord bot. Well, that worked great. So it did send the notification. So I don't know why that didn't work. I'll have to look later, I guess. Works locally. Okay, so the problem was likely due to browser caching. Maybe. All right, so I'm going to try this. Please show me where the code is for the rendering and also take a drastic approach to fixing the rendering of the charts. But if we're totally honest, it doesn't really matter at the moment. I just want to see if it loads it on the tweet. So I just sent the tweet. Let's see if it's there. It did send it, but it's blank, right? So it being blank here did affect what it sent. I imagine if I send this one. Oh, it's blank too. Interesting. Also, when I actually send the tweets, this broke the the chart that it was in the tweet. So this whole process has kind of, we need to make sure that when we do the daily analysis, that it's saving these screenshots. And also, let me know, do I need to actually regen the daily analysis with the changes you've made? So first answer these questions before you code. I'm going to change this to the ask. Oh, I can't do that, only cursor. Okay, psychologically, fake waitlists annoy people. If you put up a waitlist just to collect emails, I agree. However, for a financial terminal, exclusivity is actually a feature, not a bug. This data is hard to process. That makes sense. But in order for something like this to work, like, you have to get people, like high quality people, to vouch for it, right, to others. Interesting. I don't know if I want to do a one-on-one concierge. I kind of like that. Oh, I kind of like that too. Yeah. You get someone else to sign up, you can get access to data. And I know how to do that. Like, how would I get myself to do this? Publish a report on some reasonably followed, not too followed, ticker. It's a good report. I mean, that's the requirement. Computer's lagging. Weird. And then make music.video open? Is that why? I bet you it's whatever I've opened here. Actually, I remember anti-gravity was freezing a while back. Okay, stop lagging for some reason. Okay, publish report. It could work. I don't know what you guys think there, but that kind of makes sense to me. I'm really happy with what's going on here. That makes sense. So I'm double checking that what it did makes sense, but seems to. You know what? I think I'm gonna do a few instrumentals. That would solve the repetitive lyric problem. Granted, you can't have soul rap, not rap. Sick. But we know 4 is better. 4 is better at lo-fi. I think if this doesn't work, I'm going to switch over to Opus. Because we got plenty of credits for... Not having much luck with... we got the tweets working at least, but don't like how the charts are looking at the moment. Oh. We only probably need one at like 2. Actually, we probably don't need this one. I wish Anti-Gravity gave you a little more control. Like, sometimes I don't really want it to do a bunch of extra stuff. Just kind of want to test it myself. Oh, what the heck? I actually changed the main charts. So pretty weird. I'm gonna regen this. Okay, I fixed the charts here. But these are all the same chart, I think. Oh no, these are different. Cool. I mean, these look fine, roughly. But it did mess up my homepage stuff. I don't really like that. What I'm going to go ahead and do is delete the daily analysis, regen it, and see if it's still the way it is currently. Oh, it's not even running. The backend's not running. I'm gonna double check that it's not running. Oh, it is running though. Back. But I'm not running it here. It should be running on another port. I wonder if you know, that was anti-gravity who started it up somewhere else, because I would normally be able to see that it's running here. So like sometimes it runs commands to test. So that's not like super great. All right, so it's regenning, and what my plan is here. Okay, so it just regened. What I'm gonna do is, because we know that the tweets were working before, I'm going to go ahead and stash the changes. I might take some of them, but I'm overall not very happy with how it's changed a lot of the front end analysis on the homepage. So I'm gonna switch to Opus. And I'm going to stash this stuff. Oh, we have all these changes. And stashing just means I'm just going to put it in the back, maybe bring it back later. But overall, I'm also going to go ahead and kill the current process that's running. Because somehow it got started, I think, by the AI ran the command to start it up. Again, not my favorite thing. See, what's the command again to kill? I think it's port. Can you give me the command to kill a process on a port number, and also get what's the port number that we're starting at on? I think it's, should say in the app down here. It's 5001. Okay, 5001. I'm not going to waste a credit on that. I'm just going to look it up. Okay, cool. So it's definitely killed. Okay, so this was after we got rid of the last changes. These are just files. These are just, I did save the tweets page. Just fine. Oh no, we already had this, that's why. Okay, cool. Although I did make some changes. I'll go ahead and reject this. Okay, cool. So it's regenning this. So I just want to make sure that we're back to a good state, because I like the previous analysis a lot better than what it was doing later. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Okay, there's two potential things it could be. Either my browser is caching something. Okay, it's not that. And then the second thing is I think I might have been throttled by Google Cloud because I put a billing limit. And that's why it's giving me just weird results, because it's probably using a bad model. I mean, you know, like a cheaper model. That's my guess. I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna check though. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Because when I look at the files, let me double check. I'm gonna make sure that what's here is the same as what's actually was stored. Yeah, okay. Also, I'm gonna look up one thing on Google Cloud. Oh, what the heck? Was it a cache issue after all then? Because why did it just update like this? Oh, you know what? I think I realized what's going on too. Let me look this up. This JSON file is 20,000 lines long. I think we should stop using this as a JSON file. Okay. I'm gonna switch it. This is the most basic version I can think that Articulate Trader does by what is the optimum bet size per coin flip? Oh, okay, so there's a lot of things you said. Sorry, I have to scroll through here. Trying to guess here. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do that, but I get what you're saying. You know, there's a lot of people making dumb tools that are just sort of like trading. That's not really what I'm doing. I'm building a newsletter. It's going to give you data similar to some other popular accounts that give you data that's interesting. So it gives you some interesting questions, and you can decide it, if those questions are interesting or not. That's kind of the idea. But you can also customize the newsletter to be relative to your portfolio and things like that. That's kind of the general idea. I think the only reason I'd build like a trading bot per se is just like as an experiment that would be just kind of fun, but not anything too serious. Reading about. All right. Yeah, I think from my understanding, what was happening is because we're just doing this in a really basic way, it's taking a while to write this file, and that's why it took so long to update, which is we will no longer use this file for testing. All right, so we're gonna switch our storage. We're gonna use NoSQL. We're gonna use NoSQL for, feel free to choose whatever, but we're gonna do that instead of just storing the daily analysis in the file. So you're gonna need to install some things, and I just realized I'm putting this in the terminal on accident. So, but the good news is I'm pretty sure the changes that we had made, we no longer need to stash those. So I'm probably going to put those back in. Because it was just related to... Oh, maybe it was actually. There we go. Let's see. So I sent some more messages. I can't remember what I gave. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Of course, most finance people are not very good at investing because it's very hard. Then they don't beat the indexes generally, and especially when it comes to something like trading. That's more like you have to be good at kind of poker and that kind of math. A lot of professional poker players go into this kind of thing. Yeah, I think for me, the main thing is I'm making interesting data, not predictive data. That's kind of different. Like you read it and you're like, interesting. It maybe gets you thinking a little bit, but it's nothing too serious. That's what all of these are, I think. I don't think anyone's using this other Twitter account that I was showing earlier, which I think I may be closed, but I have it in my history, so it's no big deal. Let's see, where is it? Let me pull it up real quick. Oh, his name's Ryan. Here we go. Like this data is kind of interesting. Like people read this, they're like, yeah. But I doubt anyone's like, now's the time to buy. You know what I mean? Let me go grab another coffee. And after we get done with this tweeting thing, let me see. It's the next part. The different charts. then this. I think these will go probably pretty quick. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I've done that before. I'm ashamed to admit, multiple times. But I kind of got the hang of it at this point, not to do that. I wanted to install this plugin that like hides the key, but it's only on VS Code, so the plugin didn't work on Cursor, fortunately. Granted, that would probably be a simple one to make, so I guess if I wanted to, I could make it. But I already put the effort into the process. All right, so we did this MongoDB thing. Let's see if we don't need to migrate anything. Flashbacks. Migrating is... I don't need to delete it. It's fine. Oh wait, do I want to do this? This kind of sucks. I definitely don't want to do that. I don't really feel like doing it. Can I just, what's the simplest way? What's the simplest way? I don't really want. I just want to keep this extremely simple. Just a really simple database that we're going to use for this. Like, we're not really worried too much about... I already put that last part. Don't want to start up anything really. TinyDB. Yeah, it's just, you know, we're not storing, it doesn't need to be scalable at all, right? So you're just storing one daily analysis for like pretty much everyone. Like, I guess you'll have, it is true, you'll have a storage for each person's portfolio analysis. So that would be different though than this one. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds okay. So that's basically what we're doing now, no? Yeah. I mean, I think actually, forget it. Let's not do that. Okay, so what I'd like you to do is we're going to create a separate page. This is going to be the admin page. The very first thing in the admin page is going to be getting the analysis from daily analysis and creating tweets based on this format that I'm going to show you below. I do have to redo a little bit of what we already did, but not too much. So in these tweets, basically for the admin page, the entire goal of this is that we're going to create a set of tweets based on our questions that we've asked and the charts that we've created. And so make sure to when the user, the admin clicks regenerate tweets, it's going to feed what we've currently done to the AI and ask it to create this tweet in this format. And make sure to include the chart that we've already generated, so it should be stored. And I think what I'm going to do, because we already did this with Gemini, I'm going to use Cloud Code because, yeah. Did that work, or just pasted a line? There we go. Weird. Okay, let me see. I got some questions here. I'm curious, why aren't you coding using these coding tools in the browser? It's more efficient than it online. Oh, you're saying like, you know, one of these like MCP things, or I guess anti-gravity. I do have the extension installed actually. The thing where it can test in the browser. I'd say the only thing is like, it doesn't take too long for me to just grab the logs in the browser. Unless you're maybe talking about some other thing that I don't know about. Some sort of IDE in the browser. I haven't really seen that. Hello? How many days are going to... well, I have a lot of time, so I'm going to be doing this for all the way through, man. December, January. So I'll be streaming every day. I'm pretty excited. I have a lot of fun doing this. I did this earlier this year, March, April. I went really hard on the game. It was really tough to build a game. So I spent literally 150 hours on the game and added a lot of features, but ultimately I decided to put that energy into something else there for this time. I'm the other way. What are these windows for? I don't know what that was referring to. Maybe I said something I don't remember. Oh, like Google's AI Studio. Oh, Google AI Studio, Lovable. Yeah. Those are good, I guess. I mean, I haven't really tried Replit, Lovable. I think it's easy, like, especially as a beginner, it's nice because you can just deploy it directly from there, so that's cool. But I think it's definitely worth trying. Google AI Studio. I mean, I definitely use Gemini in the browser to just like save a little money too, because I have this like free 1 year. So whenever I have a question that it's not related to my code base, or if it's just like a small piece of code, I can plug it in there. I guess, what do you think's the advantage of like Lovable and Replit is, like just for deployment and stuff? Or maybe it has some nice features I don't know about. I bet you they give you some free credits too, so maybe I should use it for that reason. Speaking of that, I'm gonna open Windsurf and maybe switch away from anti-gravity for a little bit. So, I guess saved it here. Yeah. Cool. Got it here. In a while. I used it when they had a different logo. See if it's any different. Okay. Cool. Same old stuff. The same to me. Is this their own model? Sui one? I guess I probably need to. They don't give me any free. Let me check. My chart is kind of funny. Like nothing and 3,000. I thought I used a lot more. That's weird. I think it must have been a different account. I've been looking at workflow, VS Code. Any recommendations on how to learn this way? I think anti-gravity is good because it gives you a walkthrough and implementation. Anytime you have questions, you can just ask the AI, and I think it's a great way to learn. You know, just kind of requires the time to ask questions, iterate. You're going back to do stupidest thing that works, grabbing some market data, spider, running some function. Oh yeah, cool. Oh, so it sounds like you're kind of doing some similar stuff, so that's fun. Absolutely. Thanks for joining. Okay, so it seems like it has done some things, so let's go ahead and try it out. So it should be an admin. Okay, similar thing as before, but let's regenerate. So obviously this is good. This is what it should be. Hopefully, so what we're gonna watch for is that it's not regenerating the whole analysis like it did last time. I'm just gonna open this. A bunch of wacky stuff is happening right now because I stashed the changes, but I must have left something because it somehow still has this. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, this page still existed, so it found that this page existed and linked it into here. All right, well, anyway, as a test, let's regenerate. Although, again, if I go into profile, so the backend is up even though it's no longer here. A little weird. I'm gonna ask Cloud here. So when you regenerate the tweets, is it actually going to regenerate the daily analysis too? Or is it just going to reread the tweets? I mean, reread the daily analysis and generate the tweet? Oh, nice. All right, this is looking a lot better. Obviously, the chart's a little messed up. All right. Well, let's go ahead and try posting. Oh, great. All right. That's a good... That's pretty good. So we at least got the chart, but the chart looks different. That's... I think it's still something to do with rendering, but we do have it on the main page. Let me make sure. Yeah, this chart... Yeah, this chart is the same, so that's good. So it actually did get the right data. Somehow it's mixing up. Let's try to understand that. going to reread the existing. That's good. Can you explain how does the flow work for showing the chart in that admin dashboard there? Because right now the chart is not matching what's on the homepage. So what we need to do is correct the flow. So the chart, but on the tweet, once we send the tweet, the chart is correct, but the chart is just incorrect on that page. So try to figure out why the flow is not quite right there. Maybe it's something to do with the screenshot that you're doing, the map plot. Don't code anything yet. First, let's talk through it. And then another thing, we need to make sure that the ticker actually is activated. It's usually when you have like a thing right before it. I'm gonna delete some of these because I'll just leave 2. Obviously this one did go over the limit, which I think is okay sometimes. Ideally no though. So the way it works on the homepage gets this results. Is there any way you can correct it to just be exactly the same as how the homepage is getting the chart and rendering the chart? Why does it need to be different, right? So follow the exact same flow. What's stopping us from doing that? And maybe what we should do instead, consider this, don't code it, but maybe what we should do instead is just save a screenshot of the image as a resource that for that day, so that way we don't have to keep generating the screenshots everywhere. Oh, I see. Okay, I gotcha. Sure, and also create a button on the homepage. So, because I don't want to regen the market analysis again, just make a button on the homepage that's like save, just in the debug section. Just put a debug section in the homepage that's just going to be like save chart images. Because I'm trying to save credits. Okay, cool. Oh, right, and I'm going to ask it to fix that. So basically, if it's within a parentheses, just put a space, or just always put a space before. I think it just needs space before. Actually, these is just unnecessary. Just say BTC, right? You don't need this. Like everyone knows what we're talking about. Another thing. Okay, so we have the... Okay, cool. So let's try that. Unless I put it on a different page. It might have put it on the admin page. There's a collapsible debug tools section. Oh, here it is. Small. Save chart images. Cool. Let's go look. Oh, nice. Okay, great. That worked. Perfect. Great. Okay, now we can work on the next thing, which is create a bunch of different types of charts. But before we do that, I'm going to commit what we've done here. We do have a migrate to MongoPy, which I don't want to commit that, so let's remove it.
No bonds can restrain this Mavericks gate.
Whatever.
A flame of lights where aspirations are laid. Underneath the night sky, I forge my path. The world is vibrant, time beyond wrath.
Okay. Oh, one more. So the next part is I'm going to feed it a bunch of images of the types of charts that we like. Let's see. I put in another tab here. Well, I know his name now. Is it? Oh my god, I cannot remember that guy's name. It's Ryan. Jesus Christ. All right, but just kind of the general style of the chart I like. Not like the exact chart or anything. I'm gonna first ideate charts that look like this. Can we do it with our library? I'll put this in a... Line charts, great. You know, we can make some of those. People love line charts. Ours is really basic. These might be a little tougher. You get a lot of data. But we can build it because we got the script. We could have like multiple different types, you know. I don't even know what you call this type of chart. Like a, I guess that's a table. A table. This is a line chart. I think this is just from a website. I don't think that's actually, but regardless, it's a good general guideline for charts. Yeah. But do we want the bottom part? What even is that? That's RSI. I don't really care about this chart actually. But yeah, it'd just be a much simpler one. Nothing too crazy. So, okay, now what we're gonna do, so I've given a list of examples and chart examples. We're going to level up our charts. Right now it's just a very simple bar chart. We want to create line charts. We want to create, they should be colorful, interesting, and they also should be very clear in what they do. So the next part I want you to do is I want you to create a new file that's going to be responsible for creating interesting charts. And I want you on the, to create a new page where we're going to create a, create insights page. Admin, I'm going to rename that. Admin insights. The reason I'm creating separate pages is I just want it to be segmented so I can just delete it easily because it's just a testing page. This page should allow me to refresh insights. So the insight questions only, not any of the market analysis. It should be creating it in a separate file. Our goal for this page is just as a debug test page that we're going to use to try to create good charts based on the data. And secondarily, we need to choose which chart to use based on, right now we're always using bar charts, but we're going to evolve the questions to use line charts, tables, formative arrows, based on the data that we're compiling. So in these changes, don't touch anything but the logic in this page. We're going to really decouple everything because this is it's just going to be a testing area. In these changes, don't touch any changes anywhere else. This should be completely decoupled. This is just a prototyping testing area. So these are really simple now, but they'll be more interactive and things like this, and be a little more clear. Like this doesn't really, you'd have to read everything. Also, we're probably going to reduce maybe the complexity a little bit as far as how much text there is. At least for the Twitter, or maybe not for the actual email. I don't know. Maybe they can choose based on what they put in their knowledge assessment. like a really simple. What did I just do? I think I accidentally closed my browser there. Just a dramatic pause for the drop. All right, let me open up a new one here. Because one of these things is like if we're doing some prototyping stuff, we're testing a new feature, we can edit other stuff at the same time.
No change.
This is in the same vein, so I'm probably going to leave that for this like prototype part. So we got this. Well, we can cross it out or something. Is there a hotkey for that? Oh, right there. Every once in a while, tag. Yeah, that's. We could do that. I think I'm gonna wait till the tweets are really good before I work on that. We are kind of doing this. Let me check again. Yeah, so we're kind of doing it, but we need to just, so we can do that. Let me send that other tab thing over here. Okay. So right now, if you look in the admin page, instead of doing this, right now that's what it generates when we're creating our tweets. Let's do a full replacement. So instead of you only need the ticker, you don't need the full thing. Okay, so it looks like it finished there, so let's take a look at what it did. Curious. I got some cool charts. Okay, so interesting. Demo mode. This is a table, right? Oh, shit, actually kind of worked. That looks really good. That looks way better. Obviously, it's having some rendering issue here, the same one as before, but it actually does. Nice. These are actually pretty good. That's the one we already, this is our generic one that we got. Okay, that one's broken. New one. Actually mean anything? Well, I'd be curious to actually, as far as I can tell, these scripts are correct. But I need to validate more of them. So I guess if anyone's curious, it's not like I'm not asking these AI questions and then the AI questions and just getting this data. It's building scripts that then analyze historical stock market data. So it's actually running code. So that's a more reliable method. But you have to validate the scripts, right? Like I need to go through and read them, but I've validated a number of them. So generally it's right. But with that said, a little careful. So let's try to fix the rendering here, but this is pretty good. I like it. I don't know what the difference between live data and demo mode is though. For sure. Not sure if it actually has functionality for the different modes. So right now there's although I'm thinking about it, do I really care? This is just a testing thing, so I don't really know if I care about fixing the, like, as long as I can see it, it's fine. The next part of this would be, it has to choose which one's appropriate for each question, which one's the most appropriate. So for example, I mean, let's look at the difference between this, right? Like, what would be the best chart? Oh, right, no, sorry. Before we get to that, I'm skipping too far ahead. We need to fix a few of these. So the data table, for example, is broken. So we're getting this on the data table generation. So try to fix this. We're getting this on the data table generation, so try to fix this. And I'm gonna look at the other tab that we had going. So I have to, yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. So we made some changes here. Let's go ahead and regen the tweets. And I think we could also add these buttons here too, somewhere, for other people want to post stuff with the data. We give them some credits, get some free stuff. I'll just put that down. It's kind of simple, but not a bad idea. Nice, looks good. So replaced it, so now this will work. The reason why this is important is because if it's not highlighted in Twitter, it won't actually show when people look it up. So you have to make sure it's highlighted, and it doesn't highlight if there's stuff around it. So for example, this one actually won't be highlighted, I think, if I remember correctly, because it has the apostrophe. Well, we can test it real quick, I suppose. Oh, great. That one actually does work. Cool. This is my favorite tweet. Before, I'm just going to delete this one because it's the same tweet. Nice. Yeah. Pretty good. I'm probably not going to retweet or anything yet because this isn't, we haven't deployed this yet. So, but once we do, then I'll start maybe retweeting and once we get some better charts, I think that's probably the part where I will continue the marketing there. Or whatever you want to call it. I guess it is marketing, right? Right, so it says it maybe fixed the error we had with the, I think it was a table. Let's check. So if we go to the data table, generate it's a little weird looking. Let's see, what is it trying to do exactly? Not really sure. I'll give it a screenshot. Can I actually do that? Yeah, okay. I haven't tried this yet in Cloud Code. So this is the image. So right now, well, actually, let's first evaluate. Yeah, this could make sense, right? You put the 3, 6 months, etc. I don't see any problem with using a chart for this question. So right now the chart appears to be kind of broken. Try to evaluate based on the image what's going on. And then I think this other one was broken too, right? No, this one is good. This one's probably the best one, right? But I think it should always include the benchmark, kind of. But we should always say, like, hey, what is... Oh, I see this gets cut off, so that's another thing. We don't want the title getting cut off. Oh, they're all getting cut off. Okay. Poor internet connection. DDoSing me. Okay, I'm gonna ask it. Well, first I'll check if it improved the data table at all. That looks actually pretty good. Pretty simple, but next thing is, so the titles and the descriptions get cut off in the chart. Try to come up with either making the text smaller or just coming up with some concise way to communicate. Either solution is it would work. Obviously, it would be nice if it just kind of worked on the render there, but for now. And then I'm going to, once we get the chart there, I think I'm going to do the line one for this question. Oh wait, that's not the newest. Yeah, I'm going to use the line instead of the charts. Okay, so we did this, so we can get rid of that. This is more of a kind of like tech debt thing, I guess. Once we have it generating different types of charts, I think we can. Oh, right. So there's two things before we would actually deploy it. Connect to Firebase for the user accounts, because right now it's just really simple dev mode, and then the right, and then restricts Gemini generations to, you get a few credits, maybe like 5 credits, something like this. And then after we do those things, we can maybe deploy it, I guess, to but we have another thing we need to do, which we haven't set up our email sender. It's just really simple at the moment. We could use like MailChimp or something. Or what's the other one? SendGrid? I think SendGrid's expensive. I can't remember. What one of these? No. I think AWS is the cheapest. They have an option that's like really cheap to send emails. You just have to set up a few things. I forgot what it's called though. I look up the cost. I think it's not too bad. I can finish the charts, or was it fixing the table? Oh no, it was the titles. What did it do? Truncates. Well, I don't want that, right? What's the difference between the demo chart and the live chart? Why did you separate the two? Also, can you do it for all charts? Like, don't truncate the text, but instead... when you're doing the AI generations, like for the tweets, generate as part of, like, send to the LLM. Part of that is like create a under 55 character headline and description. So that should be part of the generation, so that way we can use it in the charts. But it shouldn't be in the tweet, right? The headline and description shouldn't be in the tweet. That's just for the charts. Sometimes, unfortunately, the Whisper Flow says the exact opposite, so it said should. So it should, anyway, to read it. But I've had times when it does the opposite thing. Marketing. Well, in some ways, that's what I've been doing today, is mainly marketing. I'm doing this tweeting thing, which is kind of my marketing plan for this. So in some ways, I'm almost working on the marketing before I finished it, because it's not. But I'm kind of doing both at the same time. I think marketing is kind of fun too, because it's a little more creative. I mean, it's as creative as the building in some ways. It's kind of like, especially if you're trying to do it with as little costs, right? You're trying to get a return. You got to come up with creative ways to get people to see stuff. Like, even if you build something of value, they don't just come, right? You have to, like, figure out a way to get people's eyeballs on it. So in this case, I'm thinking this could work. but I am not an expert. If there's anyone here is good at this marketing thing. Create viral clips and stuff. But it's like you got to figure out your target demographic, and I think my target demographic, a lot of them are on Twitter. Apparently there's a finance community. If anyone knows any other finance communities that are maybe on another website that I don't know about. Getting tweet endpoints. I think I will commit after this because I like the progress thus far. Although sometimes I notice it pauses for internet. I guess it's because I'm streaming. Wait, where was I? No, down here. Okay, yeah. So after we finish this, so okay, we're doing this right now. We do have the different types of charts, but once we get them all working, then we're going to change types of stats. We're going to not do this right now. That's later, once we have really good stuff going. I think once we get everything set up, right, then we'll start maybe tagging a few people. Maybe I'll tag a few people on my main account or something. Yep, I think that all makes sense. I don't really see what else There's some cleanup to do, obviously. Okay, cool. So we might have to regen the tweets to get that, though. Let me double check. Nice. Okay, let's validate. That looks good. Okay, now let's go ahead and look at the charts. See if generated the titles correctly. Let's see what happened there. Oh, I see. It just doesn't have spaces. It's EC rally signal. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Just has to fix that. I think I'm going to commit because that's right. I'm going to remove this migrate to Mongo file. God, where's that? No. Sorry for the sound effects. Why the hell did I turn that off? I did it on Okay, that might work. Nice. Okay, so now I'll tell it. So in the headline and the description, for some reason there's no space or no spaces. I guess we could help it out a little bit. See what it maybe saved. If I go into the data, not here. Kind of wanted to put in a separate. Yeah, okay. Oh, I see what's happening. It's the $sign is formatting it weird. So I'm just going to tell it in the chart headline, chart description, don't put the $sign. Make sure to tell them don't put the $sign in the chart headline or chart description. Just those two things, though. A secondary thing, I want you to store the tweets in a separate JSON file. So please don't put those in the daily analysis. They should be a derivative of the daily analysis. So we're creating a separate storage area for this stuff. If you're wondering why I'm just storing them in JSON files, it's because this is mainly for me. Like, this is the marketing aspects of what I'm doing. So it's not really, like, this tweeting stuff is not, people won't be doing this. I'm doing it to try to get people's eyeballs on, like, that we're generating interesting data. That's why it's just like a file. Like, maybe we'll have a button people can tweet, but it's not really the point of it, I guess. But I do want to separate it mainly because it's just here for debugging if it's like in a separate file. Mess with my other stuff. Like one for the admin side of things. So the next component of it is like, we're going to have the AI figure out what graph to choose based on, I think it's capable of making this judgment. Probably better than me, actually. At least quicker than me. I mean, one thing we could do is spend a little more time looking at the newsletters for here. I know they're kind of basic, but get a good understanding of everything that's on it. Looks like it's still. may change the music a little bit while we're waiting. Maybe something a little more chill. We've had some pretty intense shaking for some hours. Or maybe gyro. I'm having fun. It is something I would do anyways, but maybe not the same level of time. Maybe would definitely do it. Yeah, I kind of like this a little better. Just chill for a little bit. We've had some like intense music for freaking long. All right. So finished. Let's. It should have fixed the title thing. So let's take a look. That was a simple. Just looking at the $sign. I think I do have to refresh the data though, because it's stored a certain. Oh right, and we also changed that it's storing in a different place, so we definitely have to. It might break this. We'll see. It takes a little bit. Yeah, and anyone here, feel free to join the Discord. I guess the general idea behind the Discord is like people can share their projects, you know, kind of learn from each other. Also, like, you know, there's a lot more velocity if people work on the projects together. So if anyone wants to do that, I'm down as well. So if I have a game that I want to work on with someone. So if anyone wants to work on a game, like if I could get like 3 or 4 people that are like, I'm committing to the game, I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna work on the game. Because it's just it would take too long by myself. Okay, so didn't we have another page open, or was it? Oh, here it is. Nice. Oh, great. Okay, so I put this here. That's good. Looks great. Great. Cool. Now let's check the actual chart page. So let's make sure the data table still works and everything. Nice. That looks really good. I'm probably going to change the style a little bit because I didn't really want it to be exactly like that other one. I just wanted something like it, right? Just a chart, right? Nothing too crazy here. But I don't want to use the colors and stuff. Yep, that looks pretty good. I think this could have been improved if you have the actual, you know, the benchmark. In other words, like what's the average performance? So, I mean, it's like, cool, it went up, but it's like, you know, is it beating the average? It's like, you may put like a few averages. Yeah, I think all these charts should have the averages. Like that would improve it a bit. Yeah, I mean, this is good. This one does have the average, right? Okay, so I like that. I think that's really good. I'm gonna make sure it is storing it in another place. So for me, that is pretty good for now. Some good progress, I would say. We can cross something out. Oh, and we also asked a question about the morning brew stuff. Let me take a look. going on here? That's kind of, we have this, right? Sort of. Like they're just roasting people who read this, who need to sound smart. Okay, so what's the appeal of mine? Mine is highly customizable. You can do whatever you want with it. Start with you start as a beginner. You can select what you want real easily. And if you want more interesting data, you can plug it in kind of. And I know that there's market demand for the data because there are big Twitter accounts. So that they're just tweeting this stuff that I'm generating. So I think that kind of makes sense. From like just logically thinking about it. But if anyone has any thoughts on that. The sophisticated older sibling. So let's see, what does it do? Deep dives, economics of copper mining. That's kind of a fun idea. For the deep dive though, you need a lot of data. Like you need a lot of, to generate interesting insights for the type of person who cares about deep dives, right? You're going to have some stuff that not everyone has probably, where you compiled a ton about a specific area. I have to think about how to do that, but maybe we could put that in our to-do of like how we could accomplish a really good deep dive. Also, that's a marketing thing too, right? Like, and that's what I already wrote here actually. If we get a good deep dive of stuff, right? We will get traffic. I know that because I see it. People who publish good reports on like certain stocks where there's not a lot of bots, they get traffic for sure. I think Hedge Eye is one of them. If we post a good report, like a good deep dive, and we're maybe using AI to assist, that probably would be a good thing on a marketing level. Like you get known as someone who posts good content. So it has like cool charts, like we compiled. It's not like someone couldn't do it. It's just like I know when I'm on Twitter, there's a lot of just bad stuff on related to finance. It's not really, you have to go to the smaller accounts to find them. But that said, the ones that do good deep dives, they do have a lot of followers and stuff. I think that kind of makes sense. But this is just one type of data that we're going to start with. So we have all the different types of charts now, but we want to first, before I cross that out, we want to add the benchmark for all of and the benchmark being the average performance. So this one has it. I already mentioned this, but so I'll create it and show. Like we'll have a line for the average. Okay, so on the, I'm gonna use the right terminology for the charts. So for the comparison bar, we have the benchmark. Make sure on that chart to label that it's the benchmark S&P equal weight in the key. So people know what that, the gray is. And then not equal weight. I meant to say cap weight. Why is my mic there? We could put other benchmarks too. We don't have to just put. We'll just stick with the cap weight. So for the other charts, also put that. Always put that benchmark in there. We're just going to default to the S&P cap weight for the benchmark, and just always include that. Make sure it's in a key, it's on the line chart, etc. I assume the reason it's blanking out here is it's maybe depending on an image instead of the actual. Not really totally sure. So what I want to know is how can I go about building a deep dive, right? I think I know there are some really good deep dives on Twitter. And the question is, how can I build something to that degree, just compiling a bunch of data? I'm gonna find a few. My favorite is Martin Shkreli's deep dive on the prove. I downloaded it. Find it here. Here it is. I think. I guess what I could do is just advanced search. I have it on my computer. I'll just look it up. I can't find it. If you delete it or something. Oh, he probably mentioned the ticker instead of the... Weird. Yeah, my computer. But my general idea is like I plug in all of these interesting, really great deep dives and try to come up with a general approach to get the data necessary to make an interesting insight. And you basically run that on like a ton of different companies, and maybe you get a report that's like, hey, actually there's maybe something, and then you post that. Again, that's for marketing though, not for anything like substantial. Unless you actually maybe do find a good insight. I guess that's even better. Yeah, exactly. So we're really aiming for a type of newsletter is giving you data. It's not giving you recommendations though. It's just like a... I mean, unless we have an AI portfolio section just for fun, right? I guess I'd start with the Firebase stuff. Only thing I don't want to do it off stream though, because it's just for so many keys. It just takes a long time. And it's doesn't take that long, but I guess we could look into this, the sending emails part. Just set that up. I haven't used it before, but I know that it's much cheaper. It just takes a little bit of finagling. Use like SendGrid. I mean, let's ask, I think, how much SendGrid versus, or MailChimp versus AWS for sending mass emails? Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, I think it's like, I don't know why you would use these. I think it's just a little easier to set up as a general idea. Yeah, we don't need that stuff. All right, so give me a plan for setting up the AWS emails. Just so it looks like it's trying to compile, which is fine. I'll just run it, and we don't need to do that. So what we just did was add the benchmarks. So let me regenerate the... Do I have to regenerate? I might not, right? Let me check. Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't need to. Cool. That doesn't look right, though. I guess it is right, yeah. But obviously we need to move the key somewhere over here or something. I'll just say no. Can you please move the key on the comparison chart? So right now it's in the way. Just put it where? Put it under the chart, right? Beside the chart? Yeah, right here, right? Oh, he said 200 a day. Fine for the beginning, right? Okay. So email octopus. How much is that? I guess it's much cheaper. Okay, that's pretty easy. Cool. It's just you gotta just do a bunch of stuff, but it's not like just kind of like but I think, you know, especially in the beginning, if you're just sending a couple hundreds, you don't even have to do a lot of this. So I'll just put this in a text file for later. Where's it? Here's it. Okay, so it says it moved it. That's cool. Great, that looks good. Oh, it should do it for all of it, right? I guess we should have waited to send. This chart makes it look like this is like fucking insane. So this one just says signal. That's kind of not really sure, clear what that means. I think the others don't, right? Yeah. Well, it actually does here. Okay. But if you try to explain what that is, it's going to take up too much space, so... As long as we have, like, in the key what's going on, that's fine. So, two things. Although this is weird, right? This is not good. I mean, why is there a line? That doesn't really make sense. Wait. Aren't these two the same? What's the difference between these two? So this one. It's the same, right? Yeah, okay. So let's just remove that, the highlighted bar one, because I don't... Okay. The second thing is on the signal timeline, you need to define what the signal means. So in the key, you should say signal is what the thing is, right? And I don't know how exactly it does that. You can maybe in the LLM, when you're generating the tweets, have another section for signal. Signal meaning what is the thing we are testing. That way you can put that in there, and it should be very short, very concise, so that way it can fit in the chart. So yeah, for this mailing thing, probably do that. Not now. I guess we could. What else would we do? Oh, we do this first. So after we finish this last thing with the chart, cross this off and then start creating some stats on the... Right now it's just the day, right? Right now it's like you... Based on today, what are some interesting stats? But instead it should be at the end of the month, the beginning of the month, halfway through a month, etc. You're generating different kinds of stats too. So based on like... And a big thing too is the holidays, right? So Thanksgiving, so that'd be another example. Like, it's like basically you have a category. First you have, you consider the day. Or first consider if there's holidays. Then consider there's a unique time, which would be this. And then the third thing is you default to the day, right? So you go through the first two, and then some days you might not have any interesting data, right? So like that's why we created this score. But I think right now it's not super good because I think I tested it's like 70 or 80 every time, at least for the last like 5 days or something. All right, I'm gonna go get another coffee. I'll be back. Oh, so we deleted the useless chart. I think for the signal change, I gotta reload the data. Look in here. The reason is because it added a new category to the LLM needs to generate. This would be cool if we could script this, like kind of find, but the Twitter API, we can't read very many on the free version. So it's mostly going to be me looking through my following and just creating a text file. But I think right after this, what we're just about to do, then we can do this one. I'm assuming it's going to work. Let's check. Let's see. Oh, but it didn't actually, I must have not specified, it didn't actually load the signal meaning into the signal chart, which is important. I think so anyway. Yeah, just created it. So now make sure to actually put that in the signal timeline chart legend. Actually, that's what it says it did. Let's see it. In the current, unless I need to reload, hold on. I don't want to ask it if it's already, maybe I need to refresh it. Is this the same song? What CLI am I using? I'm using a Cloud Code. I have a theme. Although I don't even think it leads through to the Cloud Code. I think they all look like this. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I reloaded everything, so I think it just didn't make this change. Let me just look real quick what it changed, just so I kind of know. I'll probably commit, just to not break anything. Right now the signal still says also there's no, this chart doesn't really make a lot of sense actually, because this is the title and then it's just like telling us when it happened. It's not super useful. Let me think, when would people want to use this chart, the signal chart? Like it's only useful when you're looking at, sure, when it happened, but it has to be paired with some insight, right? Like you have to be like, oh, it happened here, and here's, what we think about that, So I think we maybe need to rethink why we're making this chart. Like it should always be paired with something. So I'm gonna ask AI actually, because I'm just gonna try to ideate a little bit about that. I do like the chart, but I just don't really think it's super useful, this one. Why can't I delete quickly? Oh. Okay, so I want to rethink this signal timeline chart. Our objective is to show good insights based on historical data. But the way this chart is currently structured, it's like we're only just showing when things happened, but that's not really useful in and of itself. So let's try to rethink like don't code anything, but let's like ideate how exactly, what kind of chart should we transform this into to mean something? I'm using Opus 4.5. I hope you stream every day at this time because I always work on this time. Cool. Yeah, I'll probably, my general idea is I'm going to stream every day around like, so 11 to 12 PST AM. Something like this. Today I started at 3, I think. But generally I'll probably start a bit earlier. Errands to run. Yeah, exactly. What happens after, right? Event study chart. That's kind of cool. Oh, I've seen these before. Oh, I have a really good idea. Okay. I really like this newsletter. What is it called? Like, you think about all the junior analysts or whatever who would have to make this. I'm about to show you. Charts. We can make these kind of charts. I think then we got something cool. Yeah, exactly. Like, these are pretty good. If we can get to this level of, you know, detail, I think we can, right? Like, there's nothing really stopping us getting a cool data, like, and especially this one. I like this one. So that's what this was saying, like a scatter plot. I mean, these are all good, right? So maybe what I should do is just start plugging these in. These are evaluation based. I wonder how we would do it with not just that. Let's try it. I mean, let's kind of plug in the general ideas behind these. So where did I put this? Chart examples. I'm actually really vibing with this a little chiller music because I'm gonna. I remember I said that earlier, but then I got back to the intense stuff. So let me pull it up. Let's generate a lot of them. Okay, I'm gonna take a few more screenshots of what we're kind of feeling. You know, the script that we're building, we can actually build a line chart like this because we have all the data. So and right now we're not doing a lot of valuation kind of stuff. We're doing mostly like just past performance analysis kind of stuff, which is predictive usually. Not that any of them are predictive. It's kind of a cool chart. What state am I in? I'm in Washington. I don't really know what project you're building because I don't know English. I'm pretty bad. Oh, no worries. I try to explain them the best I can. It's the general idea is a newsletter, right? You get a newsletter in the morning, and it's like it's a customizable thing. And if you're interested in finance, this is what I'm starting with. It's going to give you a lot of interesting data and I'm using AI to create the scripts to build that newsletter. But the data is real, right? Like the data is just the compilation of that, and then making it highly customizable. So a newsletter, you know, it's like you're getting an email, you're getting some notification or something. So I'm trying to build good charts, and that's why I'm looking at this because this I mean, look at all these freaking. These are cool charts. I got a lot of stuff. There's so many of them too. I mean, I don't even know what is this chart called, right? Like some sort of like. I mean, that's really cool. I mean, if we could build that, that'd be kind of cool too. I mean, I don't really know the extent to like how complex this library is, but Sure, man. Yeah, I'll definitely be on it this time. Usually, yeah, I think so. I started at 11, right? I end at 7, so I would. We'll see. And you still need to do a little exercise, otherwise I will become sludge. And this one's so cool too. Like, I mean, Jesus. Figure out how many of these I can actually do. We even achieve a fraction of so this one you need actual. It would be cool one day. Maybe we actually do analyze job openings and stuff. That's later. Okay, so now we're past. This is more like generic data that we're not really focusing on at the moment. I mean, this is cool. Yeah, this is like the deep dive stuff, right? And we can generate this. This is public information. Granted, the projections are a whole nother thing. You could find other people's projections though, as long as you source it. And you could, send that as part of the deep dive, I guess. Yeah, okay. I have an idea. So when you do a deep dive, right, you focus on secular trends, right, which we created a doc, right? These are the trends people are interested in, right? And you build a nice document to keep track of that. And the deep dive, you're trying to answer questions, right? Is this an actual trend that will keep going? And then you compile a bunch of data and you make that as part of your newsletter and then you tweet it. And people will be interested in it, right? Because it's like, people want to know, hey, what's going to happen with those Ozempic? Like, is the world going to change? Maybe it won't. Right? You answer fun questions or attempt to answer. Friend, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Well, in some ways, YouTube brings, or I guess the internet can bring people together, They're interested in the same things. But yeah, it's like, will this continue happening? Who knows? Will there be 100x more code? I don't know, but you could track. You could track that. GitHub is public. You can make projections. And then you make that part of your newsletter, right? People can go in here. People can go in and say, I would like deep dive analysis or something. And you just, maybe they can enter their own like kind of trend then. Well, regardless, that would be later. This is another thing too. This is another thing that we're not doing, which would be interesting, right? You put lines on the charts, like when events happened, right? So like we might, in that signal chart, right? We might have like a bunch of occurrences, right? But people have no understanding of like, okay, I mean, you can look at the years and you can be like, yeah, I know this happened at this time, but it's a lot more user-friendly if you just say, hey, this is when this happened, and you just have a line through it. So let me kind of, so if we do go with the signal chart, not only does it have to have actually interesting information on it, on important events, right? Yeah. That relates to what we're measuring. Like, for example, if you're doing a crypto thing or something, you list the important crypto events on the chart. What is vibe coding? Good question. I don't really like the word. It's kind of feels like it's. I guess I already mentioned it. It feels like an old person word or something, like vibe, a future old person. Anyways, it's just basically using AI to code. You're just iterating with AI and building things. Nowadays, AI is really good. You can build a lot of things. And although in its current state, it's not like you can't have any knowledge. You learn along the way. So you can build something and learn a lot of stuff. So especially if you're building a small project, you can really make good stuff. Even if you like, there are a lot of PMs at tech companies, and they're building their own prototypes and stuff now, right? Are they? They don't have the CS knowledge, but if they spent a long time working with AI, they would learn a lot, and they can build eventually good things. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm just kind of like streaming what I'm building, and the goal is to kind of build useful things, and eventually, yeah, I make money. Right now, today, I'm focusing on the marketing aspects because I think they're all together, right? If you're going to build something useful, you still have to get people's eyeballs on it. So like, it doesn't matter how good it is if you can't, like, for example, I had this animation thing, like no one can find it on Google. So you can find it on Bing. Anyways, it's like the aspect of getting people's eyeballs on it. That is also very important. So my marketing thing is I'm kind of going to try tweeting interesting data, and then they can find it. I'm just starting, so I'm just putting a stupid photo, but who knows, maybe I just keep it. I mentioned before, but like the most popular news on Twitter is Zero Hedge, and this is his photo. So I don't even think it really matters what my photo is, as long as it has good stuff. And so right now I'm trying to find good charts, and I'm going to build, we've created a series of simple charts, very simple charts, especially when you compare it to those. Yeah, compared to these, it's like you look at this, you're like, okay, not that the complexity of the chart is necessarily important, but it's definitely could look a little more professional, I guess. It's more important about what the chart communicates, right? Like if people find it interesting, I suppose. In some ways, maybe these charts could work against you if you're marketing a little bit, because they're kind of complex when you like read them. It's like, what does this say? So I guess it depends who your target demographic is. I think JP Morgan, this is more of a finance person's newsletter, but we should have both. Like maybe some simple, some more interesting ones. We don't have many of these. We made a chart. But I don't want super hardcore music right now. Kind of chilling. So yeah, we have a chart table right now, but we don't have any tables that would measure other things besides performance. So we can consider that. This is more. Right, wait on this. This is kind of other stuff that we're not really doing at the moment. But yeah, I mean, this one newsletter has like 1 million ideas, like for how we expand the charts. Like, I think I'm gonna start with just what we've done so far. We've saved a bunch that are interesting, and we're gonna try to expand them to be. We're gonna start with this one here. Let me check if it finished, because I think we asked a question to fix the. Excuse me. Oh no, we're rethinking this chart because it doesn't really communicate anything interesting. So event study chart. That's kind of cool. But how do you fit that into a small thing, right? Oh, you can have like a bunch of different lines. Yeah, I've seen those before. Those are cool. Let's do that. Yeah, I like that. Let's go with option 1. I think that makes a lot of sense. So the event study chart, it should be a line chart, and you have a bunch of different lines after the signal, and it will show, you know, each line is a different occurrence, right? Obviously, we limit it to maybe maybe 20 different lines. It should choose different lines based on the variance, right? So like there should be a healthy variance between them. So that way we don't have like, otherwise it's not, thinking about this is a little weird, right? Because let's say you have 800 occurrences. If you just pick and select a few of them, then it's kind of deceiving. The chart is a chart crime. Even if you try to do it on variance, it's still a little deceiving because people are like, there's 800 occurrences, but there's only 20 lines. You might not want to do that. I think event study chart, that would be best if it's like 20 events. That's probably max. And some more chats. Let me look real quick. Yeah, I got a lot of ideas. Not a lot of ideas I can make money, I suppose, but I have a lot of ideas. I want to expand this because this one actually is making a little money. I probably should change how I'm communicating this. It's not really recurring in the sense that it's like the estimation. Like that was last year's, right? I'm estimating that it continues, so I should maybe change how I'm communicating that. Regardless, it's a one-time purchase. Or I mean, not last year's, this year. One-time purchase of $4. So it's just an inflation. It's really a simple app. Anyways, my plan is to expand this one because like the type of person who uses this app, they're kind of like old people who find it nostalgic to look at. According to the reviews, they look at the like price of milk when they were a kid, and they're like, "Man, times have changed." So we maybe add a time. It's like a time capsule feature where you can go slide it and go back, and it'd be on another tab, and it'll like tell you like all what things costed at that time and stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Nostalgia is a good emotion to tune into, so that would work. And then oh right, an important part about this is like most of them are free users. So literally 95% of them are free users. Like I turned on the purchase thing just a few years ago, so I would try to monetize the free users, not taking away what they have currently, but just adding a new thing that they could pay for if they wanted to. So, that's that idea. And then the Jalen AI thing, I think could work, but I do have to do a little more market research as to like what's out there, because the last time I did it was a long time ago. I'm not really sure if it's saturated or not. There's definitely demand for it, right? There's demand for that service, the auto apply, but I need to make sure that it's still. And this is what I'm doing now. And these are the fun things that I like to work on. So you can go to these if you want. The afk.ai. It's like an animation site. This is a game that was it's in a half-baked state at the moment. It's not even really a game because there's no objective, but because we kind of switched up what we're doing with it. But I do want to work on that. And then this is like a music video, pretty half-baked, I would say, but it's kind of cool. I like working on it. That's why I put this in this category, because it's like, right, people wouldn't pay for it, but it's kind of fun. I could see definitely people paying for this thing that I'm working on now. And if I don't do this thing, I'll probably work on this thing for a while, right? I do want it to not take too long, because I do have a tendency to work on things too long. I don't know, I have to think about that. I think I do have to focus my energy on the right things, that's why maybe what I'm doing now makes sense. Like I'm focusing quite a bit more on the marketing. I didn't really do that in the past, right? So I think I'm taking a little different approach with this one. Like That's part of the process, is like, how do I get eyeballs on it? That makes more sense. So maybe I'll always do that at the beginning. Let me see the here. Experience in this. I was a software engineer at a few companies. I'm working on this. I'm doing. Okay, so let's go open our thing. I guess I didn't send the chat. Oh, right. I was going to do this, but I decided against it because we have way too many data points for this to make sense. In a sense, the scatter plot kind of makes sense then, right? Average, yeah, it makes sense. Also, one thing I want to know is like all those charts, I want to know the actual names for them. So I will probably plug that in as well. Let me do that in a separate thing. I'm going to ask it to analyze the charts and give me a text file of what all those, so that way I can know the terminology for this stuff. So look at all the charts in cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. It's always fun. People join. I want you to give me a text file with all the terminology of the charts. So basically I want to know, what are these charts called, right? They're all really interesting and cool. So just like list out what each chart's name is and the features of that chart, and put it in a text file called chart names, chart terminology.txt. Vibe coding with 5M. I actually don't know what that is. But. Okay. I might wait before sending the next thing because I actually do want to know the terminology, some of the charts first, before I create new charts. Because I think the scatter plot makes sense to replace it. But maybe there'd be some more interesting things. What's a histogram again? Oh, yeah, I know this. Let's see, would this ever be useful? Probably. Histogram is basically a bar chart, right? What's the difference? It's like a type of bar chart. It's probably a bar chart showing history. Histogram. Okay. This one was cool, the range band chart. I remember that one. That one's pretty neat. I might see if we can do that. Okay. So could we implement both the so create two new charts? We're going to do the scatter plot, and we're also going to do I'll make sure I committed. Important. Make sure I don't break anything. I'm creating a Google Doc. I'm gonna test something real quick. Hold on. Oh, cool, yeah, sure. Okay, cool. So it says it created 2 new charts. Let's go ahead and check it out. I don't know if I have to reload or not. Let me make sure. So we got the scatter. Okay, obviously this did not work. I think. Unless it zoomed in too much, that could be possible. I think it might actually work. It's just, I don't know. I'm not totally sure on that one. Let me look at this though. Oh, that's pretty good. That's a good one. Assuming it's right. Let me see. This is a really good one. I like it a lot, actually. I think how I would improve it is add more time frames. But it's kind of cool to be able to see the visual of like, what's the standard deviation sort of like, and what could I expect? I even have the 25th to 75th. I like that. That's pretty dope. That's probably my favorite. All right, let me commit that. Add, what's this called? A range band? Yeah, it just shows you, like, sometimes you just need to know the terminology better. I think I'm going to add one thing is like have a preference toward longer time frames. Or maybe we add 5 time frames instead of 3. How come the scatter didn't work? Let me look at that again. I think it might be because it did an average for the number of like it did like a CAGR or something, I'm assuming. But it doesn't really make sense to me. Do you know what happened with this chart? Don't code anything. I'm just trying to figure out why the scatter chart looks like this. right, so what happened? Looking at the code, ways to generate. I see. That makes a lot of sense. It should, right? Why would it not have that? Can you double check? I believe it does have it. Look through the code and try to find, like, for each data point, whether it has the forward return or not. Can't code an iOS app with Windows. Yeah, that's typical Apple stuff. Kind of annoying. I wonder if there's a way to get around that. Maybe probably not, man. Let me look it up. I guess you might have to buy like a cheapo. Granted, if you buy one of those, like, you try to buy a MacBook Air or something, sometimes those can't run Xcode very well. So Xcode is a freak with the memory. Okay, let's see. Do we have it? Oh, cool. Oh, dope. I just used the wrong. Okay, cool. Can you fix that, please? So that means, I think, this will be fixed. And then we have a nice scatter plot. Is there any data we could collect on, like, Heels usage? Probably not, right? Cool, let's try it out. Scatter plot. It's kind of cool. I think I'd prefer having more points on the x-axis there. But let me think, can I actually understand what this is saying? Just like reading. I think I'm noticing one thing though. It's like every time it has a plus 20% month, then like every single point after it is being registered. Does that make sense? Or should it be like once per month, right? Like you have a 20% month, you have once for November, you don't have 30 for November. After, like, you know, the month that it did well. I'm gonna plug this into Gemini because I'm not really sure that this is an interesting chart. Is this actually an interesting chart? Like, does it tell us anything? Don't give up seeing love views. Dude, honestly, like today especially, I'm super psyched. So what you might see as low views, I actually see as pretty awesome. So, you know, I don't, you know, the fact that anyone's watching at all is pretty dope. So I'm actually pretty stoked. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is like, one thing I don't like about this Gemini thing, like using my data, is like, what if it takes my prior chats and like shares stuff that I don't really, you know what I mean? It's like, I should probably turn off that setting. It's not really what I want. Exactly. That's another thing too. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't want to count every single day of the next month that happens. You want to count once. Yeah, exactly. So, okay, see, that's terminology that's useful, right? The idea of just like declustering data, which we're going to use when we're kind of prompting, I guess. Just put notes down here. I don't even know how to communicate that, but something like this. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and this is another interesting thing too, right? You could find some scenarios where something different happened and try to explain it. That's something people will read. Like, my intuition is that it's because the Fed cut rates a lot, and also the worry about just BTC is kind of like a very defensive, in a way, against like economic collapse. At least you have some form of. That's another great question, right? Like, people have this question a lot. Obviously, the answer is probably no, but, you know, you show the data. Is it a defensive asset? People might be interested to see, hey, here's all the evidence that it's not. Obviously, you can see I'm a little biased. Okay, so definitely decluster. I'm going to do that. I don't really even know how to do that. I think we need to put the code, like, in the scripts that we're generating. We have to have some part of the prompting that's about that. It's a little tricky. Let's see. Everything, get the best results. Yeah, I definitely plan to keep doing this. I really like it, and I think that's probably the most important thing. Like, if this was a grind to me, then I probably wouldn't keep going. The only reason I stopped 6 months ago was because of external reasons, so I really wanted to keep going, so. So I don't picture myself stopping anytime soon. I gotta figure out how to. You see, I'm not really totally sure. So whenever I'm not totally sure, I just kind of ID. Like, the AI gives me some good ideas. So I'm trying to figure out. I want to decluster the data. Look at this analysis of why our scatter plot is not very good. I'll just copy the problem, which is the statistical flaw. Just copy this whole thing here. The issue is, though, that we are generating this using AI, and I don't want to, the script specifically. So I want to go about it in a careful way, because I don't want to decluster all data, because some data you don't want to decluster, but there are certain types of data when you're asking a question based on what happened in a month, right? The data points should be months, they shouldn't be days. So there's something along the lines of like, the data point has to match the prior comparison, right? If we're comparing years, the data points should be years. If we're comparing days, the data points should be days. So how should we go about fixing this, do you think? No code, just ideation. Yeah, thanks. I definitely... Well, I'm patient because I don't really give up because I enjoy it, right? Like, if I didn't enjoy this, then I probably would stop, but I don't really. I just really like it. It's a lot of fun. I'm like talking with a like a super intelligence almost. It's not a super intelligence, but it's like I'm working with someone, like asking it questions, and then I think about what it's saying, and it usually comes up with pretty good ideas. You can do this with anything. I mean, not even just programming, whatever you're trying to do in life, you know. Like the other day, I was talking to the AI just about like life planning, and I made a bunch of text documents, and I had like create documents about like pretend you're Socrates, pretend you're like a quant or risk analyst, and I just create all these like different docs, and then so I just would create all this stuff, and then I'd read it and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, and I found the best ones, and I created like a life calendar and all these things. So, I mean, whatever you're doing in life, you can probably just like talk with it, and I think a lot of people are doing that, like use it for therapy or whatever. I don't do that, but I guess if I ever need to, it's here. You gotta be a little careful though. Just says everything you want to hear. But as long as you understand kind of what are the flaws, you can look past some of it. Okay, so how does it go about approach? Yeah, exactly. Something like this makes a lot of sense. I think that's exactly how you do it. Because right now it's always days. That's the problem. Exactly. Yeah. And so that will change how the script generates the points. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's great. I think it's option A. So definitely option A. Let's go ahead and implement that. So add this signal granularity thing to our analysis. I'm going to go ahead and make sure I committed everything. I'll show you guys the prompt. The prompt is getting pretty freaking huge. I'll go through it too, maybe, just out of curiosity. Might be worth to clean it up a little bit. I think there might be some stuff in here that we don't need anymore. You know what I'm going to do, though? I'm going to probably put all this prompt stuff in another file, just like separate it out a little bit. Oh, these are actually loading now. That's good. Good. I'm looking at some of the other questions. I've just been looking at this one while I wait. So I forgot to click generate. Okay, that one's fine. Nothing too crazy. That one's really bad, but once we fix this problem that we're about to fix, or that's running, then that will look a little better. Let's see. Is this an interesting chart? Okay, maybe a little bit interesting, right? Because you can see the VIX is low. Kind of the opposite. Like, you think it'd be the opposite? You think there'd be lower volatility? The VIX is low. A little confusing. I'm going to try to figure out. I don't know if that's right. It should be right. I mean, it's not. See. I'm a little bit confused about this one because it seems like there's a really high standard deviation, but we're testing if the VIX is low. Is this accurate, you think? Is the data wrong or is the chart wrong? Another thing we're doing is we always come up with our conclusion based on the this final average, but we also should consider how volatile, right? Because that's an important part of your conclusion. So I'm gonna put that down. Put it not here, because it's the marketing section. So I'll put it here. The conclusion verdict would be based on the volatility and the return. So if there's high volatility, that's also should be considered in the conclusion. Think you need to sleep? Sounds good. Yeah. See you later, man. Feel free to tune in whatever. Volatility of volatility. Learn something here. I don't know what this is going on here. Really? Is this true? Well, in some sense, if this is true, it's actually kind of cool because I learned something, which is kind of what I'm trying to do, right? I would have never expected that. So basically the VIX is a measure of how much implied movement. So you'd think if it's low, that this would be not as wide of a gap, right? But apparently it's the opposite because people take more leverage. Maybe. But I probably should validate that before I assume that's true. I'll maybe do some research later or something. I'll put that somewhere. come every like word processing thing is like so bad as far as images go? What the hell is this? Okay, that makes sense. I should probably put this in like a separate section because it's kind of not really like shouldn't be in my to-dos. It should be sort of like a after thing. Put it down here. See, I want to move the thing. I can go below it, and it makes it so hard to. Bro, how am I supposed to? I want to talk with whoever made this. Just always keep some text at the bottom so I can skip below the images. Oh god. Alright, so let's see. I think I sent a chat a second ago. Right, it fixed the scatter plot. Let's go ahead and check that out. Doesn't look... Oh, but I think I need to regen the tweets to get the right stuff. All right, I think I'm gonna switch to chill music again. Really, I think the heavy music is in the beginning. Time for chilling. There's time for grinding. It's chill time. It's my take. So it's regenning the tweets. That's still going. Okay, so we got our tweets here. Let's look at the charts. If it fixed the scatter. Okay, scatter's still broken, let me think. Oh, I know why. It's because we put the thing in the market analysis, so I need to rerun the market analysis, not the tweets. So basically our tweets are generated from our daily market analysis. So in order to make this correction, we got to rerun this. I'm going to rerun it. Fortunately, it takes a little bit, so we'll need to do something else while we wait. Friend ID is Lynn. Post an introduction by your channel. Oh, cool. Yeah. Are you talking about YouTube or Discord or something? Yeah, definitely. Always open to free to join the Discord too, because I think some people are joining, so it'd be kind of cool. And you know, if anyone wants to work on some projects together, it'd be kind of fun. We could build a little Notion board, tasks and things. Kind of fun. I'm gonna double check. But one thing we will not do is the stand-up agile stuff. I really do not like that. Do not like the bureaucracy kind of thing. I know why they have it, but it's just not my favorite. Let's see, what should we do while we wait? Probably some things we can do. Right, now we can do this probably. But one thing, while it's generating, if I make code changes, it stops because it reloads the code. So then it restarts the analysis. So I have to wait before running, unless we work on another thing. But it doesn't take that long. It takes like a few minutes. So I guess one thing we could do is look at those different charts. Like the one we just created, right? Is this one up here? Can't. It's this one. This one is cool. These are kind of simple, I would say. Not, you can definitely do those. But the thing is with those, it's only if you have like a few different examples. Well, the things we're doing have like hundreds. So then you can't really do that. I think we talked about it earlier. What about this one? We don't really do a lot of profit analysis things. Maybe we could do something like this. Oh, it'd be cool to maybe do some analysis based on inflation, maybe. That'd be kind of fun. Okay, so let me note this. Okay, so we have one type of data that we're creating, right? And I would classify this as like just historical price data with volatility and inflation too. So that's what we're doing currently. And we generate some questions, generate scripts, generate questions and scripts on scripts. Well, no, it's not quite that. It's generate questions. Generate questions and then generate scripts which collect data and interpret data plus gen charts. Okay. Long-winded, but that's what we're doing right now, right? But there's a whole nother type of data or a whole nother type of insight that we're thinking of doing, which is like a deep dive. And these, it's kind of like what I talked about before. It's like we drill in on things that are interesting, like these secular trends. And that's a little bit more manual, right? Because there's a little bit more of a human element there, I think. You can maybe automate that. But I think they'll always have, because you're trying to interpret what's going to be interesting to people going forward. What are the kinds of things to build to generate interesting insights that people will sign up for your service? So it starts at the high level of like figuring out what trends there are, plus interesting insights, maybe about inflation, maybe in particular, right? It's not even just trends. It's more like, what are people thinking about at this moment, right? If you have high inflation, people think about high inflation, right? So you get inflation. What happened historically during COVID, right? Very popular data set coming out. What happened during the 1920s Spanish flu, right? Or I think it was 1918 or something. It's topical things, not necessarily trends. And then you start the process of just gathering data and building. And you can do a very similar thing, but the first step is always you need to find data sets. So first step of that is finding data sets, which I don't really think you can't really automate that, right? Can you? So I'm gonna figure out finding data sets. Obviously you have scraping, you always have scraping. Okay, but okay, you think about, it's more about having the insight. It's not really hard to find the data for a lot of these things. Like, okay, people care about the comparison between COVID and the Spanish flu. It's like then you just plug in, like, everyone has the historical stock market data. They have the inflation data, so you know. What are you doing? I'm kind of working on marketing stuff. I'm working on building it plus the marketing. So this is a stock market analysis tool. I'm looking at Twitter accounts that are big and the data they share. And my goal is to share similar data, but have a more automated version of it. So instead of manually compiling the data, so I'll show you an example so you know what I'm talking about. I had it open a little bit ago. Where did it go? Is it here? Okay, it's here. Yeah, so anyways, they have tons of charts. There's a lot of Twitter accounts that are very big, just sharing data. It's interesting. So part of the marketing aspect is just firstly automating and creating this newsletter that people get daily in the email. All that stuff is already built. So it will send you an email. It sends me an email every day. It has like general news headlines, but the thing about it is it's customizable. You can choose what you want. There's gonna be a lot more things. This would be like, if you're interested in, but right now we're revamping, we're getting a bunch of charts, different types of charts. And we're also tweeting it on, pull up the Twitter. They're tweeting it here, but we're gonna have way better charts. This is our basic chart we've made, but now we have better ones. We'll make these tweets better. But there's still a lot of improvement on the charts that we need to do. Okay, so it finished the market analysis from before, and so now we can see if it actually fixed the scatter plot or not. Ah. I'm pretty happy about that because this looks a lot better. The only issue is, I mean, there's two issues. Number one, this needs to be filled out. And then number two, it needs to be a longer historical, because wait, now that I think about it though, BTC, never mind, this is probably just about right. Right, what, it created 2008 or something? That's probably fine. Let me, so the only thing on the scatter plot, it's only listing 2 points on the x-axis, so we need to fill that out. So it should show, you know, depending on what the range is, but it should show probably, you know, 10, and you know, dates, years on the x-axis. Yeah, let's go, dude. Let's build some stuff. Feel free to join the Discord too if you want. Like, it's just gonna be people building stuff. If you guys want to work on something together, down to do that. I think it would be really fun to work on projects. Like, maybe we all have a community projects that we're all, you know, working on. I would be super happy if it's this game. I'm working on this game, so if you guys want to work on it, that'd be super cool. It's open source, so you can download it and try to make changes. It's very simple to run. It's just 3JS. There's no engine or anything. You just open it and you can just start working on it and adding stuff. So with cursor or something. So, and I will accept pretty much any pull request, I guess, as long as it's with the general theme of what we're trying to build. which is kind of like a pirate ship game. If a lot of people started working on it, I would definitely switch back to the open world thing as opposed to it being a MOBA, because open world's way more fun to work on. I don't know if that's interesting to people, but it is. Oh, that sounds good. Let's double check that that worked. So I'm going to refresh the charts, or generate a new chart rather. Nice. See, so, Okay, great. It fixed it. I'm a little confused why this other one is not right, though. Why did this one not work? I wonder what the question, maybe it, so, hold on, let me look at the question. That makes sense. I think let me get the full question. Okay, here it is. So in the bottom quartile for the year, bottom quartile for the year. Okay, so that means you should be measuring it in 3-month periods, right? So I'm gonna plug that in so it can. This one's kind of a weird one, so I kind of get why that it would. So this is one where it failed on the scatter plot. So it was, again, we need to decluster the points. So can you figure out where it went wrong? I think it's, my guess is that because it's quartile, it needs to make a point every 3 months. So that should be our, what did they call it? Signal granularity. Signal granularity. I think I'm gonna get another coffee. I think this is probably my last. I have a coffee counter, but I think I'm at 5. I think that's probably about right for today. And I'll be back in a minute. a little crazy, 87%. Real? Gotta make sure. Let's see here. Okay. So I think I was right about what the problem was. Let's I'm not going to test it because I got to regen the whole thing, but I'm assuming probably worked. That one was kind of weird, so I'll test it later. Let's look at this one. Yep, that looks great. Dope. Yeah, that's right. You know, and the next thing that you do for this, at 2 or 3 important events throughout this chart. But it has to relate to what's going on. I'm gonna put that. I think I already did. Let's make sure though. Yeah, I did right here. Okay. All right, so we got some new charts. Probably gonna add a few more, and then we can get to the second part. So let's look at our charts. I like this one. It's kind of cool. I guess that's kind of what we made, right? I think I'm going to fix this real quick, though, because kind of annoying a little bit. So right now, you always have to open a new tab on the admin insights page. Everything else is kind of blanked out. If there's something wrong with how you took that screenshot, try to fix that. I'm going to commit for A, because pretty good progress. I don't know like the differences. I'll have to ask. I'm gonna ask that. So why do we have a demo mode? Ensure your drawdowns. Right. Okay. So right now we only consider. Let's try making this one because I kind of like this one too. It's creative and interesting. But it has to match the question though, so that's the only thing. Nice. I don't really care about these other ones, like, whatever. As long as it shows up. Okay, oh no, the next part is very important. Right, so this one we fixed, it's just, we'd have to reload everything. We create a bunch of different charts. I'm not going to cross it out yet because we still have some more to create. So. But the AI needs to choose which chart is appropriate for the question. So this change will require a large change across the code base, right? So I'm just going to commit everything before I do it. Because that way you can always reset if it does some crazy stuff. What's your go-to web server framework for these Vibe project? I usually go with like Python, you know, Flask or Fast APIs. Good. I like 3GS for any 3D projects. AI is very good at 3GS. Definitely as far as like UI stuff. I feel like, you know, sometimes like it seems like vanilla JavaScript almost does really good, but with that said, React I think is pretty good for because there's a lot of training data on it. You're making a mobile app. It seems like maybe if you use like Expo React Native, you're gonna have better results than using the native code like Android. Java, if you use, is really bad, and same with Swift. So just lean towards things that have more data online, and you'll have more success. Let me think. What else? I think that's basically it, right? I just always lean, like if, for example, a library, I won't pick a library. I tried that when I was working on the game. I tried to like install a library that wasn't like super popular, just total fail, right? Like not even useful. So it has to be things that are well known and there are lots of data on how to use, and it'll be very quick. And usually get it right. Yeah. I usually use a Tailwind for the CSS styling as well. I've had kind of better results. I think it's different with every model. Sometimes, like for example, if you're trying to build, like I'll show you, like this to build cool little visuals. Use things called shaders, and these shaders, they're way better on Twitter. And I think it's because, like if you use Grok, I mean, that model is really good at shaders because there's a lot of people on Twitter posting shaders, so it's trained on their stuff. And the other models have not. So if you want to build cool visuals, just use the terminology, you know. And so, you know, just every model just depends on what they were trained on. want to make this one sync to the music. That was what I was going to do next. Like it would be a waveform that's synced with the music. Oh, okay. So this is an actual thing. Well, that's a good point, I suppose. Yeah. But still good to know, I guess. But it's not actually wrong, right? That would be... Let me read here. Always like when people have questions and stuff. Utilize the language of design pattern. Absolutely, yeah. Like, very helpful to know when to use it, right? You don't always want to use certain things, but the basics, right? Like when to create a new file and how to structure the just the general idea of how to structure your code base is always useful to know. But it doesn't have to be very advanced, right? Like as long as you kind of understand like just some general patterns, you don't have to get too crazy with it, like using like Java design patterns and all this, like all the things that they you don't need to get too crazy with it. It's just pretty simple, like at least that's been my experience. That's been helpful. Just really simple patterns, nothing too crazy. Like progressive disclosure for some aspects of UI. I actually know what that is. Let me look it up. UI design pattern. In some sense, yeah. I can see that being helpful, right? Because right, so basically this concept, I guess you just load in stuff that's important first. Well, yeah, I think that makes sense. I think, yeah, if you know that stuff, definitely helps. That just, hey, I know this about design. Okay, so the last thing we did was, oh right, this changed a lot of things in the code. So we're gonna have to regen our whole analysis, and then we'll see if it works. Wait, is there a way I can avoid genning the whole thing again? Or maybe just create a debug button. I think I'm gonna do that, yeah, because I don't really like wasting credits. It kind of annoys me. Can we create a little debug button that's going to, because I don't want to regen the whole market analysis again. So it just sends the relevant details to Gemini, and then we're just going to load in the new format in the current market analysis that we've already created. Also saves a little bit of time if we just do it this way. Hey, how's it going, Codename Zulu? Yeah. Oh no, you don't have to shut up. I like when people talk in chat. It's fun. That's so if you have any other things, it's kind of fun to just ideate with people, and also like people will say things that I don't know. So, like they'll bring up like new IDs, like, and I learn a lot of stuff. Like the WASP ID, warp ID, and then I check it out later. I get some free credits, so. Yeah, definitely. And it's kind of nice too, like when I'm waiting, when people are talking, because then stuff to talk about. And things to think about as well. When people come up with ideas too. They're like, hey, you should try this. I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. In a way, there's probably going to be streams in the future where it's just like some, entertaining personality, and people in the chat are like suggesting prompts and things like this. I could see that. Oh yeah, I'm working on this. It's like an investment newsletter. I'll show you. But I'm kind of working on the marketing today, so I'm setting it up so it's tweeting automatically some of the things that I noticed were popular on Twitter. It's kind of funny that this page exists. I didn't create this, so I guess this is the default. But yeah, I haven't deployed it yet, so I'll show you locally what it looks like. So you would set up your daily newsletter here. I'm in the process of changing these graphs. What you saw is the admin panel, and I'm going to change it to more interesting things. And then you can customize what you're getting every morning, or every day, actually at the end of the day. So 1 p.m. PST, and you'll get, like, depending on what you want, you enter your portfolio, you get like news and things like this. And we're going to have a section for more deep level analysis that you can. Oh yes, that's what we're going to do. This is the subscription. Maybe these two things, right? Like, this is where people, types of questions. Yeah, that makes sense. Because this is where we actually have deep dives, and I'm working on generating, I'll show you, these kinds of charts. Like, this is a kind of chart that would communicate something interesting to people, and we can do that because the data is available. So it's like we can automate the process a little bit, and it will focus on topical things. Like, we have all these trends, and we will try to answer questions that people would want to know using data, and then we will tweet about some of them to try to get some traction, because there's a financial Twitter. By the way, me explaining this is like, it's actually helping me too, because it's helping me solidify the plan, I guess, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's like, we answer questions, we use data, and then we tweet about it, and then the financial Twitter has a community of people that, not a small community, hundreds of thousands of people that follow some of these people. So if you get someone to retweet, part of the marketing thing will be to tag people. Once we get good stuff going, we tag people, hey, what, big people, I retweet it on mine, and then we charge for the detailed quantitative stuff and deep dives and things like this. Yeah, that's the plan. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, thanks, man. I've recently realized in the day of LLM, used older books about software patterns are dirt cheap, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I did have one class in college. They're still teaching design patterns, so definitely the textbooks weren't cheap though. So should have bought maybe the older ones. Granted, that's been a while ago now, so I guess I can't really say it's recent. 5 years. Somewhat recent. All right, let's see if it finished the thing. I think it did, right? So I created a button. I'm gonna change the music back to chill. Again. So high energy. Okay, so what am I doing? Yes, I am checking the button. Put the button down here most likely. I'm gonna reload it. Where did I put the button? Let me see where I put it. Enrich with AI. Oh, I put it in the other page. I didn't really want that, but that's okay. As long as it exists. I'm questioning whether it did the right thing if it said enrich with AI, because is that really what we're doing here? It's not horrible. We'll try it. So the idea here is that it's going to change the conclusion, but it shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be in the chart. So I have a feeling something. It's good that we, committed, because I think it misunderstood a little bit what we're trying to do. All right, yeah, I'm gonna undo those changes. It doesn't really make sense. So to clarify, this should be on the home page, right? The button should be on the home page, and what we're doing is we're just modifying that daily. Wait, but I'm gonna check one thing. Because we push that button, right? So it should potentially have different questions. I'll look at the messages here. How'd you come up with this idea? I on Twitter, and I follow a lot of finance people, and I do invest myself. So just over time, I kind of realized like the newsletters that I'm getting are not very good. They're sort of just kind of whatever. And the stuff I see on Twitter is much more interesting. So I do see some interesting data. Not anything like predictive, right? It's not like I see it, I'm like, I'm going to buy now because I see this. It's like more just to get you thinking. You're like, yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, it's not like super predictive, but it's cool. It's like, I kind of happy I read that. Or just like a good to know thing. Kind of puts what you're doing in context a little bit. Most newsletters are very just sort of like, here's the news. Here's what people think about the news. Like, okay, it's cool, I guess, but. I'm gonna stash these changes here. So I'm undoing that last thing it did. So Control 0. I kind of want to see the question that I asked. Understand why it did what it did. Weird. Control E. Sometimes with whisper flow, it'll accidentally said something that kind of goes down a wrong path. Whisper flow is the thing I press to do voice to text. I can't go any farther. Okay, well, I have no idea what. Oh, I can do this. Okay. So we're going to try again. So what you need to do is create a button on the home page. That is the /app page. And this button should inject, using a Gemini, to inject, hey, what chart is the best for this question and the data. So you have to send what's in daily analysis. You have to parse out that. You gotta send what's in daily analysis, just the relevant parts. You don't necessarily need to send all the data to Gemini, but just send the question and some of the results. You send that and ask Gemini, hey, what chart should we use? And you also send Gemini the list of charts that we have available, and you can find that in Admin Insights. And Then when you get the results, you put it back into the file. Hey, we're going to use this chart. And then in admin insights, rather not admin insights, but the homepage, we're going to choose that chart, and you're going to need to change the generation as well. So the generation needs to use what admin insights uses and generates a new type of chart. So we're changing code in that app page. I think that's just it, right? It's just the app page. But one problem is this, right? This is a problem. This is getting way too big. I think that's probably why we have a little bit of trouble. So we're going to do a little refactor. I think it's finally time. I don't know exactly how I want to refactor this, but I'm going to go ahead. Can I copy this, or is this? I want to save that, what I just said. The fuck? Close this. That doesn't work, right? Oh. Well, if I send it, then I can just cancel it, right? There we go. Now I can copy it. I will put it down here for later. As first, we need to refactor. I found the problem, then solve the problem. To me, that is the best way. Yes, I agree. Just gotta be a little patient sometimes, but as long as you make sure to commit and make good progress, you can always reset it. If it messes up, figure out, hey, why did it mess up? But yeah, this is a part that we had to do many points in our time. Not recently, but in the past. Like, things get too big, you're sending a lot of context, and the AI can get pretty confused. We're going to refactor it so we can just send it what it needs to do the job. So we're going to refactor app.py into some granular components. So please come up with a logical refactor for this file. Don't refactor yet. Just tell me the plan first. Also, if any of you guys, feel free to join the Discord too, because maybe we could all work on some stuff. It'd be fun. See what it came up with here. Yeah, I would say that all makes sense to me. I'm gonna let it just try it. You know? It's a large refactor, so it's probably gonna take a bit of time. So I'll probably do something else while it does that. But I might do something which is, I might ask it only to do half of that. Actually, maybe just the most impactful things, just to... Wait, hold on a second. Does this add up to 2,000? I don't think so, right? How much is this? Like 600? It's about 1,000, right? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm thinking this makes sense. You charge for the quantitative data, but the simple data that everyone else provides, that's maybe even free, right? Because like the charge there is just a one-time thing, right? You charge for the personalization to their portfolio, and you charge based on quantitative data that you're building. And charts. And maybe the full package could be reasonably pricey, maybe. No, maybe. Everything. Data for their, especially if you get some, you build a nice data pipeline, you get some stuff that a lot of people are paying attention to. But the key aspect of that is you have to communicate your value. So you gotta, connect with the community in a place. And I think that's probably Twitter, right? There's a balance, right? You don't want to do it on the most followed companies, but somewhere in between, because on Twitter the most followed companies are all bots. On the feeds, you gotta choose ones that are somewhere in between. So this is the marketing aspect, right? This is the marketing. Well, so it'd be in the newsletter, but just publish the thing under the ticker, and then people can see it. And you make it so they have to click into it. Yes, that's what we do. You give a headline, they click into it. It comes to the website. Historically, people publish these insights. They make it go to Substack or something, right? But here's what we do. They click it, they go directly to the Prism data feed website. It's totally free, right? Totally free to see it. And then they're like, oh, what's this site? And then when they sign up, because we will have to have some kind of upsell that is, and the upsell is just sign up, right? And maybe at some point it's like we have to somehow communicate the value. Like they have to know what it is, right? At first they're going to think it's just a site that has, it's like a Substack or something that has like people posting things. But I think Substack comes up with a little pop-up. We can maybe do something similar just so people know what, basically sign up for more insights, something like this, for more data. As well as SEO stuff, where you just publish articles on various stocks. And the articles will have similar data. So there's like a series of free stuff, right? Just give free stuff. People click into it, they come to the site, they decide to sign up because they maybe can see more data. At some point, maybe there's like a limit, right? Where you have to sign up to see more data. Click into the site. I should probably clarify more. Click into the link on the post. Goes directly to this site instead of Substack. Let me see here. Okay, question 1. What model are you using? I'm using Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3. I kind of switch back and forth depending on where I have credits. Great to revitalize decade-old code bases. I agree. Yes. Right. Yeah, definitely. Like, there's like tons of projects. Maybe you made it in college or something like that. You can just go back to it. It doesn't require. I mean, number one, like let's say you have a huge code base, you can understand it much faster. You can just ask questions. I mean, there's a lot of things, right? It speeds it up. And you can run parallel agents, you know. Yeah. Okay, so let's maybe make this a little bit more clear. There's the marketing thing has like 3 major components. I'm just gonna, it's kind of a mess of a doc, but this is one component, and we just need one to work. Just do, oh, the SEO is actually a separate thing. We will tackle all of them, and we will see what actually drives traffic, and then we'll know in the future, like, hey, this is actually what we can do. Okay, and then the third thing. Oh, right. The third thing is still the Twitter thing, but it's more just general macroeconomic data that is very similar to other accounts, but just in higher frequency. But in higher frequency and automated. I mean, that's kind of goes along with the same line. How do people see it? They see it through the ticker feed because people look at that. But with that said, probably should choose tickers that, oh yes, okay. Again, choose tickers that are not crowded by bots. Choose the something, maybe even crypto, because there are a lot of these like coins that, like, granted there's probably a lot of bots. I'm not really a big fan, but something like a medium popularity ticker, that's where you could potentially get show up on the popular feed on the it's just the same idea. Thanks. So right now, what is your thesis? My thesis is I'm going to sell these features, but I will have a bunch of free stuff that I'm giving people to try to get them on the site. And then I will upsell them potentially more money than this too, because all of this together might be worth something. Especially, you know, finance people are very high cost per click, so maybe you can negotiate a little bit more, maybe. But you know, I'm not really sure what you would price it at. But I think the first step though is always you have to make it so people will think it's cool, like come to your site to see the free stuff. Once they see the free stuff and they like it, then you can maybe upsell them. Yeah, so it's a newsletter, but I'll show you, it's kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like investors pay for data and insights because investors need a competitive edge to make decisions, right? So there's a lot of data, alternative data sets. Now, I'm not going to be this, right? You put data, a lot of very talented people, but what I'm trying to do is get questions that people think about and they're willing to, like there's a lot of big Twitter accounts where people publish, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Like, again, I like these questions because it helps me think through what I'm doing, but it's questions like this, right? I can pull up an example. If you guys have any feedback on, so I'll go to, so these kinds of questions, this guy has 200,000 followers and it's sort of things like this, right? It's not predictive. It's just a statistical like correlation, but people find it interesting, right? And this is a research company, right? People go and they're like, hey, I would like to know more about your investment research, and they might upsell them on, you know, potentially like I will manage your investments. I'm not doing that, but I would upsell them on the data. And the second value is the deep dive aspect, which I've noticed, you know, if that drives a lot of traffic if you do really good analysis. Like you bring in a bunch of data, people can read it, and they're like, okay, this will help me make a decision. You upsell them on that too. You're like, hey, want more stuff like this? Something like that. Now, obviously, we just started, so this is going to take a while. But I think it makes some sense. It could work. If not, yeah. So the idea is that I can't find a newsletter that's customizable and is good. Like they're all just kind of like here's the news, here's what people think about the news, but it's not that interesting. It's like there's not really a lot of data and things like this. But you can automate that. And the data is available for everyone. You can sure, yeah, feel free. I'm definitely, open to feedback. I will not be offended. Okay, so let me check how. So we're running a command. What did we run? It's testing it. I guess that's fine because it's a virtual environment. Yes. Well, I'm not selling crypto. I'm not selling crypto news. I'm selling more practical things. I don't really vibe it. And I'm not really selling courses, right? I'm not selling educational courses. I'm selling data. I'll show you. This is what I'm improving this chart right now, but I'll show you another one so you can kind of understand. This kind of data, like people will come to JP Morgan, their report here, and they're like, this is cool. Investment professionals. Yeah. We will pay you for more data like this because we find this useful. I'm publishing real data. I'm not like a crypto grifter or something. That makes sense. And they're not predictive things. I'm not selling something that say, hey, you should buy this coin. I'm not doing that either. It's very much just information. It's just data. You know what I mean? I researched Jamaica's main industries like 2 weeks before their. Yeah. So definitely, what do quants do, right? Quants are studying correlations, right? Very, very in-depth technical correlations. When this moves this 1 BPS, like this happens, right? So that's a whole nother level of, and it's also about speed. It's about this, it's about that. But there are a lot of fundamental investors who are, they make decisions based on valuation. You think of someone like Druckenmiller, like this guy cares a lot about the macroeconomic environment. And it's like, yeah, you give them correlations, but it's not really like, hey, this is like, you're going to make a decision with this data. It's more like, you know what's happening, right? You have the context and the background of all the economic data, and you're giving it in a just digestible format to people. Obviously, my customer would not be a professional investor like that, because I imagine he already has his own tools and things like this. I can't imagine this would be super useful. But for an average investor, like who just needs some knowledge, this, and like I said, my evidence, I'm not just speculating. The evidence that this is like a in-demand thing is the Twitter profiles that are popular, and that people, 200,000 followers, things like this. Like people like these kinds of analysis. It's basically a more in-depth, more customizable version of other newsletters that exist. But with that said, the key component is I have to get eyeballs on it. I cannot just make something better because that won't be enough, right? So that's why I'm focusing on the marketing stuff for the newsletter. Like for something like a newsletter, you have to get eyeballs. So I guess to answer your question, we're not getting more data than the super quants. We are serving a different customer. orgs. Companies can profit from new placed energy into the US shipbuilding industry for building it. That's good. Yeah, that's definitely a large theme. I assume you're talking about the AI energy requirement. I don't know how that relates to the shipbuilding though. That would be an interesting correlation I thought about. I guess it's like, you're right, you know, you need more freight to deliver oil? Is that kind of the idea? For energy production or something like this? There are definitely a lot of downstream effects, right, of AI energy production. And that's kind of, you know, one thing people are trying to figure out. I have this doc here that I'll just keep adding to. That's going to be kind of, you know, part of this. Like, we come up with, on the deep dives in particular, we consider the long-term trends and topical ideas. So if you do find hidden information, yeah. So I'm building this for myself, so I do invest in stuff like this. However, like I said, the stuff that I'm providing is not predictive. It would just be like a good to know thing, right? It's like when you invest, you have to know a lot of things, and you have to consider, depending on your strategy, but a lot of people need to consider the macroeconomic stuff in their decisions as well. You know, they might be someone who invests in individual companies, but having the knowledge of you know, having the context of, hey, granted, you know, this kind of investor is not me, right? I don't care about what happens to Bitcoin really, but in theory, maybe if Bitcoin is going up 20%, there might be a signal like there is a risk on situation. Like, people are betting more on speculation. That's like, well, I'll consider that, right? Like, I'm not going to probably make a bet based on that, but it would be part of the equation. Maybe 1% of the decision you made to do something was based on some data like this that you're interested in. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's like, you build when you're building like a thesis, you're like, you have a lot of information, and over time you can feel a little more confident about your decision based on all of the information together. So this would be like just one avenue where you're building information for your investment ideas, I guess. Taking on, I'm not taking on investments. Oh no, I'm not taking investments. So what I'm doing is I'm providing something for myself that I think is useful, and then also what I think other people might find useful, and then I'm trying to upsell them on more useful things. But the key point is that these are all, I plan for them to be useful things for me, and then you know, I want it to be useful things for other people, because but it's definitely not I'm not planning to do much more beyond that, I guess. That makes sense. Oh, I guess you're making the idea of like, you could take on, you know, that's a whole nother ball game. Like, if you take on other people's money, it's a highly regulated area. So you gotta really know what you're doing. You gotta get enough, you know, seed capital, because it's very expensive. Regulatory loan is like 20,000 a year or something like this. And I mean, I guess I'm not really super interested in that. Sorry, I missed Jimmy. Or no, it was pulled by Prime. I guess it's lagging in the sector, but Gulfstream companies could feature hotspots for shipbuilding. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't really followed freight companies. I know they're really cheap, I guess. They always have been. Just a lot of variables, you know. So if you do find I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, you're right. But often took on investments and things like this. I guess yeah. Anyways, Would I do that though? I don't know if that is what I mean. For now, I like software. I like. Okay, so. So it came up with a structure. Did it already do it? Let me check. Yeah, Buffett's story is pretty interesting as far as, I mean, even you look at someone like, I mean, I guess a famous person would be Michael Burry or something. He was in medical school, right? He just started publishing a blog. So yeah, there's definitely investors that kind of like start managing people's money that way. Oh, it actually did the full refactor. There's only 2,000. There's only 60 lines now, but I put it all in here. Okay, so now we can just test if the refactor worked. If it did, and that means we can continue the feature. I get the sense you like somehow you guys are, but that's kind of cool. YouTube must have figured out to show it to other people interested in investment and finances. Pretty cool. That would be kind of cool if like people were joining and like, I mean, honestly, if there was a community of like people coming here and finance people, that would get fun. I don't know if you guys use I use this site, the Value Investors Club. It's pretty. It's kind of fun just to go through ideas, and I don't really, every once in a while you maybe find like a good idea, but it's kind of one of the only communities I know where people are posting ideas. That and Twitter, of course. I'm gonna go blow my nose. So filtering through the marketing is like what you like doing. Researching Android. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Actually, you reminded me. I'm gonna add another here. There's sort of a trend, maybe, of manufacturing defense in the U.S. second-order effects. Now, whether that actually happens is another story, right? So, whether that's true or not, who knows, maybe. But even if it's 50% chance, interesting thing to look at. Anyways. Yeah, it's, I'll show you. It's this site here. It's kind of a nice place to just like go through. Again, like the ideas here, a lot of them are not good, but every once in a while you see something that's kind of interesting. And yeah, and you can also post your own, and it's kind of like a little community. And Twitter also has it too, so kind of fun. I do think there's some like meetups and stuff, but I've never done that. Let me try because do I want to reload it? Like, I think I have to, right? Because we just reprogrammed a lot of stuff, or the refactor. So I'm probably gonna run this just to make sure everything's still working, even though it takes a little bit and uses credits. It is what it is, Why is that a hotspot? Hey, you guys have any other ideas for this talk? I think the most actionable ones might be the 100x code produced due to AI. And people have a tendency to underestimate like drastic things like this. 100x. I think it could happen. Like total. What I should clarify here, though. Oh, so nickel streams on. Cool. Yeah, I'll. I don't really know what I'll do with that information, but I'll check them out maybe. It's kind of cool. See, yeah, I could watch his stream. Watching his stream while I stream. Stream his stream. Very cool. Looks like it worked. Let me just make sure everything works though, because I'll regenerate this. Wait, he invests in streamers? Interesting. This is... Here we go. I guess it's kind of similar to the idea of investing in what do you call that? It's like a you make a bunch of really tiny bets, and like every once in a while one has a like 100x. I think it's like the same vein, right? All right, this is like way too, again, we're going back to piano. Yeah. Okay, it looks like everything's working, so I think the refactor went pretty well. I will generate a few charts. All right, cool. I'm gonna push that. It's scheduler. What are we scheduling? Oh yeah, that looks good. I like how it refactored everything. It looks pretty nice. Fooled by Prime. Let me read this again. AI-based transformation of bylaws executable logic. What in the world? Real estate construction. I assume you mean real estate like the data centers. I definitely think, probably. In Houston, wait for government humans. Oh, so you're saying there's a company to increase the speed of construction plans? They try to work through regulations or something like this? Oh, are you talking about the theme of AI in regulations and law, maybe? That kind of, because you're right, that is a theme, in the sense that like interpretation of, how do you word this? Something like this? I don't know. I'll look up what you just said, actually, so I can get it right. Bridges the gap between legal and computational language. Yes, I think I see what you're saying. AI tools translate legal text. Yes. Yeah, so it's basically what I said. Yeah, that makes sense. What the hell is happening here? What? You guys have any idea what this is? Why did it do that? Okay, anyways. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And that's, that's why being a programmer is kind of similar to being, a lawyer in some ways. Like, the software is just contracts. You're designing a contract. So all contracts can be written in code. They're just the same. Granted, I don't really know how that plays out as an investment idea or like a secular trend. I don't really think. I guess maybe there could be companies in that realm. Yeah, definitely. I know. I think it was Drunken Miller or something. They were playing on energy though. I don't think they still are. I think they did. I think everyone kind of figured out the energy thing pretty quickly, so I don't really think there's anything that I can think of that, unless you again, you just believe it's like way more substantial than the average person, the transformation that we need for energy. If you believe that, which I'm not sure, maybe. Right. Don't send me any pizza. But okay, in my opinion, it's not advice or anything, but I think these two are like the most actionable. I think that there's some companies that are interesting on these two ideas. I don't think people realize, because domains are recurring, and then the 100x cumulative code, there are companies that get paid for the code volume that they process. Specifically, like, anyways, I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm not in the business of, I'm just saying there's some ideas maybe that make sense, right? Obviously you just like a idea, not like, anyways. For example, you can assume Palantir already working on Palantir. Palantir's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna code now. It's so easy to talk about this stuff. It is interesting and fun. Okay, so we did the refactor and we pushed it, so now we can actually get back to the thing we were doing. So we did this, but obviously we're not done. But I think we have enough charts at the moment. What we were doing is choosing the appropriate chart, and it was having trouble with that before we refactored. I think now that we have, it should be able to do it. Oh, I actually saved the prompt. That's right, down here. Yes. Yes, I think that makes sense. Okay, and I'm just gonna add another thing, which is like, to create this file, right? No, no. You don't have to shut up. You can talk with, you know, I just can't get too much in the investment idea stuff, as interesting as it is. It is kind of cool though. I think maybe YouTube's realizing like, hey, like people interested in finance might like this stuff. So it's kind of fun. I mean, honestly, if enough people join that were interested in that, maybe we would just create a little finance stream where we just have like, just talk about, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah. Wall Street bets, but not totally degenerate. I really like Martin Shkreli. He's obviously kind of a jerk, but it's all right. His investment videos are really good. I really enjoy them. Just watching him model, I kind of learned modeling from his videos. It's so fast, but he's a great place to kind of understand what what's about. You know, I think it's a good resource. I kind of wonder how many credits I'm at for cloud. I'm going to check. I'm not going too crazy here, because I do have a long time that I need to be coding. Okay, so I don't know why it keeps calling it enriched with AI. That's not really what we're doing, but we'll see what it did. 10%. Okay, that's about right? If I use 10% every day, then I will be within the limits, and I will get my money's worth here. So, yeah, I mean, his short report on that. I mean, that is one for the record books. That one where he's and I read that thing, and I'm like, what the heck, man? And then I'll show you. I have to find it. I have it on my computer. I couldn't find it on Twitter today. I can find it here. If I can't find it in just like a short time, I will table it. But yeah, just look up like Martin Shkreli's short report. I think it was this one, Capricorn. Maybe you can find it somewhere. But yeah, just read through that thing. He's really good at, obviously, this kind of thing. But he's not always right, of course. But, you know, he's definitely good at it. And at the very least, you know, it's interesting to read. I remember I used to, so when I was in high school, I'd like follow his blog, like when he was in prison. So, but he stopped after a while. Okay, so we got our button. Let's test it out. So that might be an elements of our refactor has happened. That big document, is Cloud reading that? Let me see which big document you're thinking of here. Yeah, you have to clarify. I'm not really sure, but it is what I'm doing is I'm telling it the structure of this data, and then it generates scripts and it iterates on those scripts to build something that has enough statistical stuff. So like if there's enough occurrences and things like this. But it's not actually taking in this whole thing, just the structure of it. And then it builds the script and runs it. Okay, let's try that button again. Maybe works. And then what we can do is see if the charts are updated to the newer charts that are interesting. Oh, my notepad? Oh, my notepad's just for me. I just, but you're right, I do send it in. I send it in when I, like I save things and then I'm like, this is just for me to type out kind of, because I forget the next day. I'm like, wait, what was I doing? Even while I'm doing it, sometimes I forget. I get too into a conversation or something. So I don't really see any changes. I'm gonna ask if it's forcing me to refresh it, which I really don't want to do that. I'm gonna ask it, do I have to? So after I click the enrich with AI button, I don't see the new charts. So I'm wondering, what do you think the reason is? Is there maybe a trigger that I have to refresh with? If so, I don't really want that, right? Like, I want when I load the page, it should load the chart. Oh, I see. I think I do have to click the button, but maybe we can work around a little bit. Fix it up and use it as scaffold. Yeah, I suppose. Actually, now that you mention it, yeah, it is a little bit chaotic, this chart, this doc here. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I'll do that. Maybe just plug it in and make it a nicely formatted. I'll do it in another terminal, though. Doesn't hurt, right? Unless I don't think it'll delete anything. Granted, the image might disappear. But to have those examples, because a lot of people forget about how an LLM things essentially done. Right, definitely. Yeah, giving examples. That's why I take images and things like this. It's best not to use images if you can just get the text, but in the case of a chart, you kind of have to use an image. So hard to explain. Let me think. When I load the page, it should load the chart, the new chart. I'm gonna see if it can do it. It might not be able to figure it out, but okay. Created a project. Oh, that I see. That's the new thing. Okay. I'll just read it. I'll maybe just see what it made here as far as the notes goes. Yeah, sometimes it might be best for me to just create this plan this way, because yeah, I mean, it looks nicer for sure. So I'll just keep it there. I'll probably still use my little pages though, but because I'm used to it. It should load a new chart. Before you implement it, let's just talk it out. Like, why is it not loading the new chart? Probably should, right? I don't really do. Would I need to click the refresh? And if so, why would I need to click the refresh? Yeah, I think the jazz kind of fits the vibe currently. Sometimes like energetic is good, but sometimes it's just like sometimes we're just chilling. Because Cloud has no memory, so when you run out of context, use it to create new snippets. Yeah, for sure. That's a big component. Like, what is the skill aspect of this? It's just like learning that aspect. Like, you have to limit the context, so be a little strategic. And that's kind of how it has always been so far. Has been for at least a year, but more, obviously. 3 years, I guess. I haven't had to limit the context much with this project because it's still kind of small, but definitely with that game, most of it's like trying to figure out, or just, you know, making sure to only attach the relevant stuff. Anyways, okay, so I see. That makes a lot of sense. So I think you got it exactly right. Cool, let's fix that. Let's use the endpoints to generate the charts. Cool. I have a feeling that'll work. I'm pretty confident. Nice. Okay, so we got this stuff. Let's try to make it do new charts though. The reason why we have this button is just to avoid regenerating everything. It's just a way to save a little money. I don't want to end time, for that matter. Because it does take a little bit with the iteration of the scripts. It does use a fair bit. All right, so now we have another problem. I think these are the same charts, yeah, and different charts, I mean. So right now it's choosing the, I can't really tell, like, so double check the file, that daily JSON. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to ask it to do that because that file is huge. I will just look myself. What I want to know is, did it put, like when I click that button, did it choose these charts? Or was there a bug in the code that that defaulted to those charts? So to figure that out, I need to look the chart type. Okay, see, so it's a bug in the code because the second one is a scatter. Inflation Calculator is an extremely simple app. It is literally just looking at the CPI, and then I think the only good thing about the inflation calculator, in a sense, I'm being kind of harsh on it, but is that it's kind of an intuitive UI, I would say. Like, especially for older people who can't see very well. I feel like I'm being a little too harsh on it, but and it has some tactile feedback and stuff, so nice. But yeah, extremely simple app. There's really not much to it. So your idea is make the grocery inflation calculator, grocery inflation tracker. Right, I mean, that you do have to find an alternative data source because, well, in some ways, I'll show you, there's maybe a market for that because, you know, you have something like this, Trueflation. Maybe you make an app that's more predictive. Where is Trueflation? Oh, I guess they hid it behind a login. Oh, here it is. Okay, good. But yeah, like you build your own data source. I mean, you build your own data sets or something. Not your own data sets, but you bring in your own data sets and you make an app that's, hey, you know, here's actually, because people, it's a widely known or widely reported thing that people are kind of upset. And so you can validate some of their feelings. You can say, yes, inflation actually is high. You're not hallucinating. The CPI actually it is an estimate and it does have certain assumptions. You know, they allocate, hey, 20% is shelter, but maybe you think it should be different. There might be something to that. And who knows, maybe you could take inspiration from, I don't know, do they make it public with Trueflation, what their percentages are for each thing? Let me look it up. Might be a way to, hold on a second. You kind of gave me an idea here. So thank you. I've been, you know, I was going to lean into the nostalgia aspect, but that might be just one thing, right? The next aspect is maybe we do our own projections. We can do it, maybe. Or our own estimation of inflation. That would be a project. It would be interesting. But, you know. And people would have to trust you in some sense, right? You'd have to explain, hey, this is not like a legitimate, or it's not a government-backed data. So I don't really know how you would communicate that in an app. I guess you could just say, hey, this is our own projection, here's how we did it and stuff like that. But I'm not really sure, again, if that's the same audience. You might need to build a separate app if you do something like that. Because like I said, this app is mainly old people who are using it for looking at when they're watching movies and they're thinking about their childhood and stuff like that. So it might be a different audience entirely. If you buy a humanoid robot, you could send it to stores and scam prices. So I see. Yes. One day. All right. Okay, cool. So now the charts are generated. However, it seems to not respect currently. Remember that my current state of the app is I haven't refreshed it. So please let me know if I need to refresh it in order for this to work. But essentially we have one chart type is scatter and it's still loading as the other chart type. Try to figure out why. Don't code yet. Let's ideate first. As the other chart. To buy something or get kicked out. But a robot, they can't stop a robot. Yeah. I'm not running with tests currently, but I agree with you. Like, if you need something to work, building a bunch of tests is generally a pretty good idea. Like, very mission critical. I mean, think of all the time you save not writing tests. So boring. Time and emotional energy. Okay, let me reload this here. Oh, I think it didn't actually generate code. It's just talking to me. Could be. Maybe. Delete the old chart files. Okay, we'll try that. Maybe it's possible. Now the question is, do I have to reload it or not? Okay, so I deleted it, right? I deleted these old charts, but I don't want to have to refresh because then I have to do the whole market analysis again. So can you make a button called refresh charts or something like this in the debug? Oh, cool. I finished. Sorry. Distracted. So we should have a button. Nice. Now it could be the rendering thing again, though. Because I see it's rendering something. So I have a feeling it's the same issue as before. So I think it maybe created the new ones. So we're running into a similar rendering thing with the like the charts were created, it seems, because I see some fragment of it. So fix it in the same way as you did before. Like the charts. Yeah, I've noticed, like especially today, Opus 4.5 has been a little better. They were into some problems. Gemini at some point. Paste the screenshot into cloud. It's true, I could. In general, I try to prefer text though, because I feel like it's the same idea, right? Like image data, when you send an image, I feel like that's a much more dense piece of information you're sending. But if I just send a little bit of text explaining, I have a feeling that'll be better performance. Obviously, I don't really have evidence, but it kind of makes sense to me. Like I'll send an image if I need to. Otherwise, I will probably lean on the text. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I use the Flash only, I mean, never, essentially. Okay, let me try again. I'm gonna reload. Yeah, I see them, so it's definitely the same problem. So I'm gonna ask it basically, take a look at and I'm going to make sure it didn't break it at some point. So I click generate. Nice, yeah, so it's definitely working. Follow the flow when you click generate chart. Like first take a look at how that flow works in admin insights. And then you want to build a very similar type of flow when I click refresh charts. Because it's the same thing, right? Nobody looped in the screen yet. What does that mean? Huh? Oh, looking at that Discord. Well, people are joining. Make a new members channel. Okay, let me see if that worked. I think there's a good chance that'll make sense. Oh, still no. I'm curious if I save the charts. What did that do? Where did it save it? Oh, now it worked. Oh, interesting. Oh, I know what it was. I had to click save, so it actually stored it in here. Okay, perfect. Cool. So I think we got it. But I'm gonna double check that it's the right data. And I'm gonna double check that that's actually what it is, but it should be. Nice. Yep. Cool. Dope. So what I'm gonna go ahead is tweet the new thing. So when I go in here, oh great, it actually has the right chart and everything. Let me read this to make sure this is all right, but I think it's hooked up correctly. Oh yeah, this is great. This is exactly what I was thinking. I have a good feeling. See, this is an interesting thing. I would read this and be like, okay. Oh, well, I don't really like this part, right? Like, I think I just want to present it as data. No sort of judgments, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe a little bit, right? A little bit is okay. But I don't want to say, hey, this is a trap, don't buy here or something like that. That's not really the point of the thing. It's more just like, here's some data. That's interesting. And I think that's received a little better. This one in particular, though, I think is... Okay, so I read this, right? I read this and I'm like, the chart just tells me it's freaking everywhere. So it's like, it's kind of the opposite as what I'm reading here. I'm reading like I should see a very powerful, clear trend or something. So maybe not the best one either. This one I think is probably the best here. It's not bad. I think I'm gonna do that and see if it works. Let me see some of the comments here. You're building, right? Mess up, but doesn't know a mess up. Right. Trap is way better clickbait. Well, I'm with you there. Like, I have to balance it, right? I think I want the vibe of the site to be like respectable. You know, it's like kind of like morning brew. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really like any other way of looking at it, I guess, because I want it to be useful, right? I think you build a useful thing, people are more likely to spend money. You build like a kind of grifty thing, it's like, I don't know. That's not really what I'm about. Also, I don't really want to be responsible if like someone, really, if you say really inflammatory things, like I don't want to be like, hey, you made me do this thing. It's like it should be clear. It's just data. It's just data. Well, I did it 6 months ago. Um, and I was making a game. I started recently again. I had to stop kind of for external reasons. Uh, but I really like doing it, so I'm kind of gonna be doing this for a while. So it's a lot of fun. Cool. So now we get to move on to the next thing because we actually achieved this part. So now it's choosing the right chart to use. That seems to be. Are you guys feeling more like this kind of music or the jazzy piano thing? I'm kind of in between, kind of late, but so this is the next thing we're doing. I think this should go quick, right? Because it's just changing the type of. It's basically just changing the prompts, right? To consider the day that we're on and change the types of questions that we ask based on that. So I think this should be a very simple thing. We will see, but so to achieve this, you need to change the prompt and yeah, I totally get what you're saying, Jimmy, because it's like, like I said, like it's like you might build a useful thing, but you also have to balance that with getting eyeballs on it, right? So it's like you and I'm noticing that with YouTube, right? You have to play the game a little bit. You don't want to get too clickbaity because then it's like inauthentic and kind of like annoying. But you also can't not do it at all. You want, so it's like this kind of weird battle, right? You don't want to destroy your credibility with you're building something like this, but you also can't be totally just dry data. Here's a graph, you know, like, so it's definitely a balancing act. The default day should be what the day is, but consider those first two, they take precedence over, just the normal average day, right? If it's a holiday or if it's like a beginning, end of the month, etc., everything listed. Nice. You're in IT. Cool. Yeah, I mean, definitely like I haven't tried it with PowerPoints yet. Might be an interesting experiment. I recommend Cloud Code. It's pretty good. But even just like general stuff, um, building just a bunch of text files and all that stuff, Cursor is pretty good for. It doesn't have to be programming necessarily. But yeah, a good experiment might be PowerPoint, so I haven't really tried that. How do you know where the line is until you cross it? Right. I mean, it's tricky, right? Like I'm kind of noticing that a little bit with YouTube, right? Like I changed the title. Is it too clickbaity? I'm not really sure. Um, I'm basically the way I'm balancing it is like if I'm actually doing the thing, then it's not too clickbaity, right? Like I am actually going to be streaming 8 hours a day, so and I am actually trying to make money. So you know what I mean? It's like okay, so it's not really an authentic, so it's probably fine. Um, I think it's just I think some people go really crazy with the thumbnails as well. I experimented with that a long time ago, and I found that it actually decreased the click through rate. So I think there is a point where if you get too clickbaity with thumbnails too, like people are like, you know, like it's probably just some stupid stuff. Using Cloud Gemini, cool. Yeah, I like 4.5 Opus. I think I'm gonna change the song a little bit. That one's too much. When it gets too intense, I can't really think. Okay, so I think all that makes sense. We can actually just evaluate what it changed the prompts to, right? So it added this, it gets the time, right? It gets the time of day, you know? It's a Christmas, or see what it did though. Oh, it's just sending it to the LLM, letting it do it, which is fine, I think. Yeah, it's just adding this as a prompt. However, there's one thing. We don't want all the questions, right, be about one thing. All right, so there's one addition to this though. We don't want all the questions and insights that we're asking to be about just that one thing, right? Just because it's Christmas doesn't mean all the questions are about Christmas. I think we maybe max make it 2 questions max, but one or two, depending on the data, the scripts and the statistical, occurrences that it's interesting, that insight score, etc. That's how we know when to use it. But we should include at least one on these days, questions surrounding these events. Whether it's the beginning of the month, tax loss harvesting, like you mentioned, things like this. Those are all interesting things to analyze. But you need to add to the prompts, you know, to limit it. Yeah, I think it would be cool. I tried that, but it just takes a lot of work to build these shorts. So if you have any ideas for how to quickly do it, because like I think bottom line, it needs to be something I can do in like 20 minutes and generate a bunch. If it takes hours to generate a bunch, and eh, you know, you know, uh, I think there's this other channel that someone it was the Keno that linked me the bridge mine. What he's building is really cool. I actually would use that, right? Like the problem is I just the pricing doesn't quite work for me at the moment because it's $50 for 2 hours. But if he changes it, I'll definitely like if he makes it maybe like if I could pay $1 per live stream, maybe less. See, what would be the max amount I pay? Dollar per live stream for shorts. Eh, it's even that's a little bit. I don't know. Would I do that? Maybe. I could get 5 shorts for a live stream. Oh, you're talking about thumbnails. Make the image in. I see. I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about like YouTube Shorts. You're right. Yeah, I could definitely add thumbnails. But thinking about it, it's like I notice like I look at like other live stream people, and they don't really use thumbnails on their live streams. So maybe it's not as effective for live streams. I haven't really experimented with live streams thumbnails. Oh, videos. Yeah, for sure. If I start making videos, right? Definitely thumbnails are kind of like important. Okay, cool. So let me look at what it did. Control O. Wait, what? That's not. Oh, was I in another tab? I am confused. Did it erase my stuff or what? Status. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Perfect. Okay. Yes. Looks good. It's a lot of code though. You could just pass that into LLM. Figure that out. Okay. Yes, this is perfect. Okay, I think that's all pretty good. So I'm gonna commit that. I'll test that tomorrow, so I won't cross that out. All right, wait, could we just test it now? We'd have to change the date. No, I mean we could just reload it, right? Because it is the beginning of the month, so it should come up with something. I don't even need to change the date. Oh, I see that my screen has frozen. Usually happens when I run out of memory, so I'll just close some stuff. Kind of just have to be aware of that. Right. Oh, I see. You're saying make shorts with a banana? Interesting. Wait, I'm not really sure how that'll work. Like, be like a deep fake of me or talking or something. Yeah, this will take a little bit. I have to wait till the thing. Okay, so one bug is like I shouldn't have to click refresh on the new ones. I think I see something happen. Okay, so two things. Number one, you should consider there should be some leeway. I would say a 2-day leeway as far as the events, right? So, for example, beginning of the month, right, is like the first and the second. Christmas should be like 24th, 25th. So the idea is like it doesn't have to be the exact day to generate insights based on the event. It should be like there's some soft area around it. So, and number two, when I refresh, I have to click refresh chart for the charts to appear. I shouldn't have to do that. It should automatically be there. So I'm gonna commit because change is pretty good. I already did. Take a screenshot and feed it into Grok Imagine. Yes. But surely it wouldn't generate that interesting of a short, right? I mean, doesn't it actually have to have like some content? Yeah, I mean, that was the one thing, like, it actually programmed that time context thing. I don't think it had to do that. So maybe I'll get rid of that. You can just pass it into LLM and it can do that. Be right back. Yeah, see, it's actually programming this. I don't think we want that actually. Just I'll tell it to fix it. Cool. Let's I will refresh one more time. Actually, okay. So instead of programming those time context events, let's talk about it first before we do it. But why don't we just pass it into LLM, the prompts of what we want to do, because that might be a little bit less brittle. Oh, sorry, I missed your message. Oh, no, that was a recent one. Okay. Does vibe coding mean you don't read your source code? No, I do. But the idea is I'm just mostly using AI to make stuff. But when there's problems, I'll read it. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. Just pass all that stuff in, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's do that instead. So just do the prompt-based approach. Well, this is the Twitter account. Obviously there's no views or anything. It's probably because we spammed the... Twitter might be thinking we're an annoying bot. Because we sent a lot of tweets really rapidly. But it's fine. I'm not looking to get traffic yet because this isn't even deployed yet, so... Yeah, I mean, I agree with you totally. Like, I don't use it as a black box, especially once the code base gets larger. But with that said, I don't need to read every line generally, especially with a project like this. You know, it's not too serious. But you're right. When there's problems, you might need to read a little bit and understand. Hey, you know, we need to re-architect this. We need to refactor, and that'll also help with the context problem. Yeah, right. Yeah. And I don't mind, I used to, I remember college I'd program for fun, right? So I liked it, but I like this too. I think I always liked programming because I liked the end result of the building. I never really got so much into some people really liked the process. You know, they liked the process a lot, and I think they liked it maybe a little more than I did. But that's why I really like what I'm doing here, because I can prototype really quickly, and it's a lot of fun. Hold on, my screen is having some problems. I don't know why. Every once in a while my computer just lags. Let me close some more things. Doesn't happen often. At least not recently. Oh, I think I know why. And then it just stops. Isn't that interesting? I don't know what the heck. Okay, it just stops after a little bit. Like a lag fest. Weird. I'll show you what I'm making. Gemini wrote me a terminal emulator. C++ that actually compiled. Nice. Oh, that's kind of fun, making emulators. Make a Game Boy emulator or something. Oh yeah, building a Minecraft, that's you know, I gotta do that. I'm gonna spend maybe a day just making Minecraft plugins. I used to make them. I made a number of them actually. I used to own a Minecraft server and I made them for my players. It was fun. But yeah, that would be really fun to just like. I wanted to make like a Wild West plugin in Minecraft. I remember back in the day, but it was just like too much work, so I never finished. Like it had like gold panning and like stuff. Anyways, so what I'm working on is it's like a newsletter. It's a customized newsletter for that's has more interesting data. Like, and I'm getting motivation from stuff that I see on finance Twitter. A lot of finance newsletters are kind of just like really surface level kind of stuff. So this would be a way to, and for the marketing of it, I'm tweeting the data. I have this like plan, but it's like I'm going to start with questions like this, charts like this. I'm going to tweet it, and there are accounts that tweet things like this and that are getting traffic. This chart's kind of messed up, so. But that is the general idea, and then people will get this in their email. Potentially there'll be like other things, maybe a Telegram. I don't know. Telegram I feel like has a lot of grifter people, so I'm not really sure that's like the right place. But yeah, that's basically it. So I have this like admin board where I refresh the tweets and generate, and I'm going to post it to this other place. This place. So that's what we did today. Making the charts better. To a Discord channel. What Discord? Actually, that's a pretty good idea. Oh, I'd have to know which Discord has the audience, right? Like, I'd have to know, are there finance Discords? I never really even considered that. Not a bad idea. You know, Discord's a cool, like, it's more personable than like a Twitter. Twitter is like you're shouting in like a hallway. So maybe this, if you know there's a finance Discord that would be receptive to this kind of thing. Finance Discords, maybe. You can create any channel. Oh yeah, I built that yesterday. So right now our Discord sends to, it automatically sends on the live stream when it starts. And then when you're playing the Tidefall game, you can send the chat from the Discord to the game. So yeah, it's a lot of fun doing the Discord stuff. It's pretty easy to ask AI to do it. As long as you don't make the bot an admin. Yeah, dude. I'm 27, almost at 26. God, that's kind of weird to say. I don't feel that old. I guess it's not that old, but it kind of feels a little old. Just turned. All right, so I think we just finished this part, right? Let me look. What was the last thing we did? Okay, I think we can safely say we completed that. Well, maybe I should double check. Okay, I'm going to regen this to make sure that it's going to generate something about this being the beginning of the month. Oh, nope, right here. Perfect. So we've kind of validated that. All right, and this part is important. Right now, all of our conclusions are just sort of like, we look at this number, 7.9%, and we say, pretty cool, you know, that's a pretty good return, but that's not, should also include like how much variation and things like this. So we need to pass that information too. Have subscribed to Discord channel, answer webhook. Subscribe to Discord channel. You're saying like a bot that would like message in the chat? Oh, like the YouTube chat? Is that kind of what you're saying? Because you're right, that might make sense. Can you do that? I don't know if you're allowed to. Are you allowed to have like YouTube bots in the chat? I'm not really familiar with it. So you might need to change the, you know, what we're. Before you code this, can you clarify? Do we actually have the volatility data historically all the way through, right before we send it to the LLM to evaluate? And we should have it for each data point. Yeah, let's talk it through first. I'm making like a newsletter thing. It will do a lot of different types of analysis, but to start, it's going to ask questions and answer them and tweet them to try to get eyeballs. But it's going to be a very customizable newsletter based on the stock market and your investments and things like that. The paid part will be the like 3 components. It'll be relative to your portfolio, the types of like quantitative data, you could say, like this kind of thing, these questions. And then like deep dives, which will be the next part that we would work on, which will be based on very like topical questions like this. I'll show you. And the reason I'm building this is kind of for me too. I couldn't find like where I get all of my information from Twitter. Newsletters, email newsletters are very bad. Like we get some better financial newsletters that are interesting. That way I don't have to scroll through Twitter because there's just a lot of stuff I have to scroll through to get to my. It's not that bad, but it's like also we can generate more stuff because we're automating it a little bit, and then we can filter it ourselves and be like, hey, that's pretty good. Let's tweet that to the people. The tweeting thing is just a way to get people to look at the site though, and provide some value maybe to the people. So I'll tweet here. The Streamlabs works with YouTube. Who's Streamlabs? Is that another person? Joining Discord messages to a webhook feature where users can input a webhook URL. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. That is interesting. That's a really cool idea. Make it a little more, available to devs too. Like if they want to send it to their Discord. It's a great idea. I love it. And I'm going to add it. I think it's also just a fun thing to make, right? Where do I put it? I think it's more of like a nice to have, but I think it's definitely something I want to do just because it's fun. Whatever. I mean, it could be whatever, right? Like you said, it could be a webhook. Could just be like we expose it through an API or something, so they could build it themselves. Add in polymarket data. You could direct people to markets. You make a really good point. It's like, it's not just, maybe you could do a little bit of betting market stuff, right? I think I'm not in that space really, but I know that there are people that use it. Maybe you could provide some interesting data for, but granted, I don't want it to be something where it's like people are betting, their life savings on some of this data. It's meant to be sort of it's not a predictive thing, like I said. It's more like here's some data, it's interesting. That's it, right? So, but maybe betting markets. Not sure. Another question. Is there anything valuable information that you could scrape from live streams? Well, to scrape live streams, I mean, you could scrape obviously the channel, I mean, the comments on the live stream. To scrape the actual video, it's pretty, especially while, you're running that on a lot of live streams. That's a lot of cost because the video is much more expensive. I mean, if you could get if there's like an easy way to get the transcripts for the video, like if Google exposed something like that, that'd be cheap. But to process video, especially 10 hours long, you're probably not going to get much value. There's legit markets to offset risk. Definitely. I'm with you. Like, in theory, but one of the problems is you don't have a lot of liquidity with like a lot of these betting markets. So even if you're trying to use it as like a hedging thing, it's like Polymarket is better though than Kalshi though, because Kalshi has so many trading fees. And again, the liquidity thing, there's just not a lot of people. It's like, okay, but Polymarket, at least the fees are, I think there's like, isn't it 0 almost? Like really low. Like, I'm not even sure if I can use Polymarket. I'm in the US, so I think I have to look. I don't think I even can. All right, so where were we? So the current states, there's a z-score. Only calculate for today. Makes sense. Gotcha. Well, the historical VIX isn't... basically. Yeah, so basically we want the verdict to consider, you know, in its analysis of like this data, right? It's not just based on the return, but it's based on the standard deviation, all that kind of thing. So do you have any plan on how we could incorporate some of that? Not like it needs to mention the standard deviation every single time, but it's just like if there's, you know, potentially high volatility, but, you know, even if it's good returns, you have to accept that, you know, there's more risk and et cetera, et cetera. You work on the liquidity? Oh, you're going to be a high frequency trader or something? Polymarket? I mean, that's a fun project. I'm sure there's some arbitrage kind of stuff potentially. You know, you think of someone like Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, he found arbitrage in crypto, made a lot of money. So, but like I said, like there's not really a lot of liquidity in those markets, so I don't really know how much money you really. Maybe Polymarket has enough, but I'm not really sure. They take a bandwidth Ross. Gotcha. You would have information even before Twitter. Let me see. Like you don't actually camp in the clip section. What's the clip section? Are you talking about shorts? Like shorts after the fact? What does that mean? Well, I mean, you definitely could learn maybe something on the live stream. I mean, if you figure out maybe a way to gather some insights from these live streams, I'm not really sure what kind of stuff you would get. I mean, a lot of live streams is mostly just kind of entertainment, right? I guess it depends what kind of thing you're building. Maybe it's just for fun to see, yeah, just have a bunch of data on something. Not really sure. Maybe you could do it like, what are the most common themes of like these entertainers? Not sure. Clip section. I must be. Yeah, I'm familiar. They have like is that on Twitch or something? It's true. We do. It's true. Yeah. I mean, you get people's eyeballs. All right. Cool. So let me see. We already calculate. Oh, we do. Great. Oh, great. That sounds like an easy fix then. Let's do it. Great. Let's include that in the analysis. And I think what you said makes sense as far as prompts. So let's do that. True, but it's not even just about being first. You actually have to have you have to have built the following to begin with. Otherwise, like they won't even show your stuff. It's kind of like if you build even if you build something first too, like Google won't index it unless you have enough backlinks. So other people saying that you got the credibility. Cool. So it says it did that. I can look at the change and just assume that So I think it's getting an average standard. That's just great. I mean, you don't really need to do much more than that. So I'm going to go ahead and commit that. Yeah, definitely. Cool. I would say I think this is a good place to leave off because we got pretty much everything done, including this, but we could add always more charts. But I'll cross it off just because it's fun. But we added a bunch of charts, so cool. Great. So I think I'm gonna go, but thanks all for joining, and I'll be on tomorrow, so